Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to this live broadcast of the National Assembly on this 18th day of the month of April, the year 2023. This is a live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. In the order of business for the members of the National Assembly on this afternoon sitting, the members will be considering a special motion by the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on the consideration of a nominee for appointment as Chairperson of the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. And this is a report that, according to the departmental, or rather the findings of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation, the committee has approved the appointment of Honorable Martin Otieno Ogindo as the chairperson of the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. And a debate on this special motion of the report on the vetting of the nominee that was laid on the table of the House on the Wednesday of 12th April 2023 already began, and this afternoon this special motion debate will be resuming after it was interrupted on the Thursday afternoon sitting, the Thursday of 13th of April, the year 2023. And members have a balance of 32 minutes for those who have not participated in this particular debate. They will be able to get time within the remaining time to be able to participate in this special motion. Members of the National Assembly again will this afternoon consider the motion on the inquiry regarding sexual harassment of female workers in tea estates in Kericho County. This is a motion by the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Labor, and that the House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Labor on the inquiry regarding the sexual harassment of female workers in tea estates in Kericho County. The report was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 23rd of March, the year 2023. Members of the National Assembly will this afternoon also resume the general debate on the proposal to Parliament to consider amending the Constitution and the standing orders. This is a motion by the leader of the majority or party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. And remember that debate on this motion already kicked off on the floor of the National Assembly. Various members have had the time to participate in this motion that has seen the House begin debate on a number of amendments on the Constitution as well as the House Standing Order. And this debate will be resuming following an interruption of a similar debate on the Wednesday, March 8th, the year 2023, in the afternoon sitting. And according to the move of this motion, that is the majority party leader, is that noting the contents of a memorandum that was submitted to Parliament by His Excellency the President, asking Parliament to consider initiating amendments to the Constitution, again acknowledging that actualization of the proposals which relate to inter alia the composition of Parliament as provided for in Articles 97 and 98 of the Constitution, in order to attain the 2/3 gender principle, the creation of the office of leader of the official opposition in parliament, and the inclusion of various funds in the constitution would necessitate amendment to the constitution, while the restructuring of parliamentary oversight to allow for cabinet secretaries to appear before the House of Parliament to respond to questions by members would require the amendment of standing orders. Further acknowledging that the Speaker, via notification issued on 9th December 2022, referred the matters raised in the memorandum to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs with regard to proposal relating to the implementation of the 2/3 gender principle and the establishment of the office of the leader of the official opposition. The Joint Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee with regard to proposal to amend the Constitution to entrench the Constituency Development Fund, a Senate Oversight and a National Government Affirmative Action Funds. The Procedure and House Rules Committee with regard to proposal to amend the standing orders to strengthen parliamentary oversight of the executive so as to facilitate public participation, of course, pursuant to Article 118 of the Constitution, that the House notes, considers and makes general comments on proposals contained in the memorandum by His Excellency the President. Of course, if you can recall, then a debate on these proposals already began, and you understand that the last sitting on last week on Wednesday, National Assembly already began listening to various cabinet secretaries who appeared on the floor of the National Assembly. So already amendments to the standing orders to allow for cabinet secretaries have already taken effect, and resumption on this debate will be taking place this afternoon. Well, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon's sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon. My name is Kamche Menza.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Twakusihi utasame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili tukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, there's a piece of Honorable members of our communication, and there's a second one that will come slightly later. Honorable members, there's a message from His Excellency the President. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42, I wish to convey a message from His Excellency the President relating to the nomination of a representative of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC. Honourable members, in the message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred on him by Article 232B1 of the Constitution as read together with Articles 252C of the Constitution and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 2011, he nominates Mr. Isaac Kipkemboi Meli as a representative of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Honourable members, for information of the House, the name of the nominee was submitted by the Parliamentary Service Commission following a competitive recruitment process. In this regard, His Excellency the President now seeks the approval of the nominee by this House. Honourable members, Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of notification of nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee for consideration. In this regard, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 45 and paragraph 3 of the Standing Order 42, messages from the President, I hereby refer the message from His Excellency the President together with the CV, the report of the Parliamentary Service Commission and other testimonials of the nominee to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in order for the committee to undertake the necessary approval hearings. Honourable members, whereas Section 711 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 2011 provides 14 days within which the House is expected to consider the nominee, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 requires that the National Assembly to undertake the exercise within 28 days. In this regard, honourable members, the committee should undertake approval hearings and submit its report within the timelines provided for in the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, being the most recent amendment made by Parliament with respect to the general period of vetting of state appointees. Honourable members, the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning Committee is required to notify the public and the nominee in good time. Therefore, the committee is to undertake the necessary approval hearings and submit its report to the House within the aforementioned period to enable the House consider the proposed appointment within the statutory timelines. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
There was a petition. The member for Kilifi North constituency.
Okay.
Owen Bayer.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to present a petition regarding delayed adjudication and settlement of residents of Narani sublocation, Kilifi County. Honorable Speaker, I, the undersigned, on behalf of the residents of Kilifi North constituency, draw the attention of the House to the following. That the people of Narani village in Narani ward, Kilifi North constituency, have occupied the land in Narani village for more than 100 years. That the whole land in Narani village in Narani ward was surveyed on the 28th May 1912 and granted in favor of Mr. Bieremji Rustuji Kanjuri. That the land was later illegally acquired by Arab families during the colonial era with the assistance of the administration then, and the Arabs registered the land as their property. That the 172.8 acres of land occupied by the residents of Narani is registered as plot number YSR 130, section 5, situated at Narani Kilifi, Takaungu, in the name of Kalthum bint Muhammad and Sharifa bint Muhammad, referred as Muhammad family, as an agricultural land. That the beneficiaries of the Muhammad family are Ali Muhammad, Kulthum Muhammad, Sharifa Muhammad, and Said Muhammad, being first, second, third, and fourth borns of the Muhammad family respectively. that during the latter years, the illegally registered owners of the land migrated to the Middle East, leaving the property under the care of caretakers, whom they called trustees, and the land changed to Waqf under the Islamic laws. That the trustees invited locals to settle in the area willingly and were to pay a monthly fee, considering that the land was agricultural and had a lot of cashew nuts, coconuts, and mangoes. That Ali Muhammad, the firstborn son, appointed one Mr. Ali Omar to be in charge of collecting money from the sale of coconut and rent from the Mnarani plot. That in the year 1959, the trustees allowed the residents to build a school, which is the present Mnarani Primary School, measuring 12 acres. That Mr. Ali Omar, the steward, died, and Mr. Muhammad Mwalimu took over as the new steward, and tasked by Mr. Ali Muhammad with the help of one Mr. Shosi to vet the people who wished to be settled on Mnarani village. That Ali Muhammad died, and his sister Kulthum Muhammad became the trustee of the Waqf. Kulthum gave Mr. Abdallah Saf the power of attorney, and the Waqf was registered in the name of Ms. Kulthum bint Muhammad of PO Box 85059, Mombasa. That at the tenure of Kulthum Muhammad, the land ceased being an agricultural land and became residential, presumably with a number of households exceeding 1,107 and a population of over 20,000 people, with a mosque, churches, schools, and other social amenities. That the people who have settled in the land have put in into good economic use, constructed residential houses and commercial centers which are earning them an income. That the land has not been adjudicated and therefore no title deeds issued. That the continued absence of landlords in this land and their failure to contribute to any development or welfare in the area has caused difficulties to the residents and has created major impediments in the people's livelihoods. That the residents of Mnarani have written many letters, and lately a memorandum to the National Lands Commission, but no action has been taken concerning the matter. That both the national government and the county governments have invested heavily in the said piece of land by providing the necessary infrastructure such as electricity, connectivity, water, roads, and other social amenities. That the matter presented in this petition is not pending before any tribunal, court of law, or independent body. Therefore, your humble petitioner prays that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, 1, inquire into the ownership of the land occupied by the Mnarani residents registered as plot number YSR 130 section Roman 5, situated at Mnarani, Kilifi, Takaungu, in the name of Kulthum bint Muhammad and Sharifa bint Muhammad. 2, recommend that the parcel of land in Mnarani be acquired and granted to the present occupants and that the process of compensation be finalized. 3, recommends that the land be adjudicated so as to ensure that the residents acquire title deeds and save the residents from the alleged erroneous records and missing information on the parcel of land. And lastly, make any other recommendations or actions it deems fit in addressing the plight of the petitioners, and your petitioner will ever pray. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, in accordance with the provision of Standing 226, members who are interested in making comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to that petition, you may go to intervention. Robert Bukosa, are you on this or something else? Robert Bukosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the petition by Honorable Owen Baya. Honorable Speaker, these issues about land and people having their land taken away irregularly, I think is an issue that when the committee will retreat and look into that petition, they need to look at it countrywide, because more often people will be coming up with individual petitions. But this is a countrywide issue and is majorly seen within the Rift Valley region and the Coast region. So as the committee retreats, I think it is good that they are able to expeditiously look into this matter so that the aggrieved parties can get justice. With those few remarks, I want to support.
Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the petition. And Mr. Speaker, just to say, as the petitioner is questioning, indeed, you'll find even in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, while we look at it countrywide, there are families right now who are wondering what just happened into their piece of lands, wherever they are. And it has been already subdivided. You go to surveyor, everything is done, and this family is just left now wondering completely what happened. So as you look at it across the country, but also we need to know what is happening at survey, where you just come and you subdivide everything and you give in titles while the owners of the main piece of land do not even know what is happening. So I support, and I'm hoping that it is something that will be done across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Geoffrey Ruku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion by Rabaya, the petition, sorry, because the issues of land in this country need to be handled with care. We saw what happened the other day, sponsored my brothers and sisters from across, as far as the issues of land is concerned. I think the people of Coast, and particularly Honorable Baya's constituency, they have the right within the Constitution to ensure their matters is well considered within the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
David Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to lend my voice to this very important petition. I rise to support this petition by Honorable Baya. This is land that I'm very familiar with, and Honorable Baya knows that I can easily be elected as an MCA in that particular area. And this land, I have known that from the 50s, these families have been in occupation of the land. The original owners have since left. And in accordance to the law, surely this land, it can actually be transferred to them on account of adverse possession, because they have been in occupation with no resistance or claims against them since time immemorial, as far as many people can accept. And also, Honorable Speaker, this is in line with one of the State of the Nation address made by the former President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2015, when he made an apology on behalf of the Republic of Kenya in relation to historical injustices. This is one of them. Following that, Honorable Speaker, I presented a bill, the Kenya Reparations Bill, in the last Parliament, again in an attempt to try and resolve some of these historical land injustices, such as this one. So for those reasons, Honorable Speaker, I fully support the petition of Honorable Baya on behalf of the people of Narani in Kilifi North. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Jared Okello.
Honorable Speaker, in supporting my brother, Honorable Baya, this is a reflection of what happens across the country. It is indeed true that land matters are quite emotive. There is a pending report called Ndungu Land Report, which has gathered dust for so many years, Honorable Speaker. At a time when we shall have a regime that is proactive and will bite the bullet and place Ndungu report where it ought to be, Honorable Speaker, to a larger extent, these issues that have bedeviled us for way too long will be able to be amicably addressed once and for all. This is something that cuts across the country. Everywhere you go, Honorable Speaker, you will hear of land injustices. Some are squatters on their own land, Honorable Speaker. I do not know when and how this will be addressed once and for all to enable the country to move forward as a one unitary society. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Ferdinand Wanyonyi. Thank you very much, the Speaker. I just want to take this opportunity and say this is an eye-opener for various cases in this country. In my own area, the Speaker, we have similar problems, and therefore the Department of Lands, I want you to take it very, very serious so that I can be able to, once and for all, be able to at least solve these problems once and for all, because we have a lot of busybodies around. You'll find that land is actually changing hands. In 5 years, almost 4 or 5 owners of this kind of businesses. The Speaker, I want the Department of Lands to take this very seriously so I can be able to sort out this problem once and for all. So I want to ask Zambaya, I think, even the Minister for Lands to come here to be able to explain some of these things, because this is very common. It's not only your place, very common even in my own area. Your people who own land, and there are busybodies around. So I support this petition, and look forward to having a solution once and for all for this country. Thank you.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the petition by the Honorable Buyer on this Munarani land petition. And Mr. Speaker, the issue of land are very, very emotive. In fact, it's one of those things that every time we have an issue to do with land, chances are that someone might even lose their lives in the process, because this is many times a matter of life and death. And so the issue of ownership of land needs to be addressed historically, because, you know, at the beginning, land didn't belong to any individuals. And so when people started acquiring parcels of land, all the way up to now, it's important that we look at the history of how that happened. And Mr. Speaker, nobody is safe from the people who want to grab land. Recently, we saw two former heads of state. Their land was invaded by grabbers who fortunately did not end up sharing that piece of land. So we have to be very careful. And Mr. Speaker, just to know how serious it is, we came up with the new lands courts, and they're very, very busy, Mr. Speaker. They're some of the courts that are very busy. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the National Lands Commission and the Ministry of Lands needs to have individuals in their offices, officers that are very highly disciplined. It was shocking to see a senior government officer who is also in that office of lands brandishing a gun on a matter of land. And I think, Mr. Speaker, these are things that we need to condemn in the strongest terms possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anthony Oluoch. Clerk, what is happening to the screen? Can you alert your technicians? Anthony Oluoch, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank Honorable Buyer for bringing up this petition. As the committee looks at this petition, I think they need to broadly look at it in terms of what the Constitution also provides. Because if you look at how land tenure systems change into this country, it is something that the Constitution emphatically says that whenever land tenure system changes, either from community land to public land or from public land, vice versa, Parliament and the sanction of Parliament ought to be taken into consideration. We have a situation in which land changes in terms of its land use, including in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, without the sanction of Parliament. Parliament ought to stamp its authority in terms of what is provided under Article 94(5) of the Constitution, which provides that anybody who does anything that has the provision of law must have the sanction of Parliament. And secondly, we have a committee called the Implementation Committee. I want to urge this committee that even after they come up with their report on this, the Implementation Committee must make follow-up, because I have one case in which the Land Committee, in respect to land in Mathare constituency, in a ward that has a population of about 30,000 people, allocated to a police station. This is a ward that has registered voters, it has IEBC, it has institutions of government, yet the title of this land is in the name of a police station. The Implementation Committee seized of this matter, and therefore, even as we look at this petition, we must ask the Implementation Committee to also take its work seriously so that Parliament does not make its decisions in vain. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mangale Chiforomondo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where is he?
I rise to support the petition by Honorable Owen Bayer for Mnarani. This land issue, Mr. Speaker, in Coast Region is one thing. And I think the petition has come at the right time so that the people of Mnarani can get their rightfully explained by the mover. I want to say Mnarani is now occupied by so many people. And I wish this House and even the committee which is concerned will be taking this issue very seriously and expedite the process so that the people of Mnarani will get their right. Because in Coast Region, in fact, I can just give an example of yesterday, Mr. Speaker. I got a phone from a place called Kanana, where already people are being evacuated because of the same issue. The land injustice is real around the Coast Region. Now, this is the time that, Mr. Speaker, we put our foot down so that the people of Coast and even Kenya at large, they actually get what is rightfully theirs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance.
Mbunge wa Mandera West, Adan Haji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also stand to support the petition by Honorable Owen Bayer. This issue of absent landlords who are there, who came with the British and were given the African land, and after independence they could not survive here. They went back and they left nobody, or the people they left could not maintain that land. When the indigenous people claim those lands and they are being told they are squatters, I think this is very unfortunate, and therefore I will request the concerned committee to look this in depth. It's not only Kilifi, that's what is on the table now, but many parts of this country, the same problems are there. I therefore support the petition of Honorable Owen Bayer. Thank you.
Charles Ngusia. Give Honorable Ngusia a working mic. Take the next.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support this timely petition, Mr. Speaker. I have known these people who are occupying this ward many years ago, like 20 years ago, and most of them are my friends. Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting them because already they have done a lot of developments there, including a very important school I know, and which is housing many communities, Mr. Speaker. This issue actually is cutting across entire country in Kenya, and Mr. Speaker, it's high time we deal it and we arrest all these issues. I would like to thank the committee. I had a similar issue last year and they fixed it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to fixing up this issue by the Land Committee soonest possible so that the people in Kilifi can get justice. Thank you.
Wa mwisho Beatrice Adagala.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support this petition by Honorable Bayer concerning land issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, land issues is an emotive issue because we've had several places whereby people have been displaced out of their land, and the Kilifi issue has been there. I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, this issue should be looked into, and even other areas. There are several areas, even from where I come from, in around Hamisi, Kwawosa area, those people have not received their title deeds. Therefore, this petition, I'm supporting it, and also other areas like Maseno and other places in this country, Mr. Speaker. The issue should be looked into and be solved once for all, so that Kenyans should not be squatters in their own land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I support the petition.
Thank you. Order, honorable members, take your seats. Honorable Machele, take your seat. Honorable members, allow me to recognize the following schools before I go back to order number 2. Namanga Mountain View Academy, Kajiado Central from Kajiado. They are all in the public gallery. Kangaru Girls School, Manyata, Embu. Legacy High School, Embakasi East, Nairobi. Josana Day School, Embakasi North, Nairobi. Ngoto Boys High School, Makueni. On my behalf and on your behalf, I welcome all the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Honorable members, I go back to order number 2. There's a short communication on the appointment of members of Parliament to present the majority party in the bipartisan engagements in Parliament. Honorable members, as you are aware, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, the Honorable William Samoei Ruto CGH, who is also the party leader of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and the former Prime Minister and the party leader of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, have proposed bipartisan engagements in Parliament on a number of issues aimed at accommodating the concerns of the minority coalition within the parameters of the Constitution and the law. In furtherance of these discussions, I wish to inform you that I've received a letter dated 13th April 2023 from the leader of the majority party of the National Assembly, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah MP, appointing 7 members of Parliament representing the Kenya Kwanza Alliance to be part of the team that shall spearhead and facilitate the bipartisan engagements. The letter is co-signed by the Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Senator Aaron Cheriot MP. Honorable members, the 7 members of Parliament appointed by the majority party are as follows: the Honorable Adan Kainan CBS MP, the Honorable George Murugara MP, the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse MP, the Honorable Lydia Haika MP, Senator Esther Okenyuri MP, Senator Dr. Boni Khalwale MP, and Senator Hilary Sigei MP. Honorable members, attached to the letter forwarding the 7 names is the draft of a motion proposing the establishment of a joint select committee and whose mandate includes the following: facilitating a bipartisan engagement in Parliament on the reconstitution of the selection panel on the recruitment of chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, recommending legal, policy, and institutional reforms to strengthen the IEBC, collecting views from stakeholders on proposals to enhance inclusivity and bipartisanship in the electoral structure in the country, developing and recommending appropriate mechanisms for the reorganization of the electoral system, on the basis of the findings and recommendations of the Joint Committee, preparing a report and a draft bill or draft bills for consideration by Parliament. Honorable members, it is however worth noting that I'm yet to formally receive the names of the members representing the minority coalition in Parliament and the draft text of the motion as proposed by the minority party. As you may be aware, honorable members, parliamentary practice requires that a motion of this nature be presented to the House upon negotiations and agreement between the majority and minority coalitions,
so that what is finally presented to the House is harmonized by partisan motion. Honorable members, in the light of the foregoing, I hereby instruct the Clerk of the National Assembly to forward the proposed motion to the leadership of the minority party in Parliament seeking their concurrence. Honorable members, the Speaker of the Senate and I have also consulted and agreed that there is need to achieve bipartisan and bicameral consensus on this matter. Consequently, the Speakers of the Houses of Parliament request the leaders of the majority and minority coalitions in the Houses to consult and present to the Speakers a harmonized version of the proposed motion for placement before the Houses of Parliament at the earliest available opportunity. This shall set the stage for the commencement of the bipartisan engagements in Parliament. Honorable members, as I conclude, allow me to urge all members of Parliament to uphold the tenets of the Constitution, respect the process, and undertake their engagements with utmost good faith, collegiality, and on the basis of consultation, cooperation, and mutual reciprocity. Indeed, this will be in keeping with the motto of our Parliament, which is for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. I thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader, since it is your letter, let us have the minority have the first bite.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that communication. And Honorable Speaker, as you have indicated, we as leaders have a duty to resolve all issues that are of concern to the people that we represent, Honorable Speaker. And it is indeed true, Honorable Speaker, that as you have said, His Excellency the President and the former Prime Minister on 2nd of April, Sunday evening, did communicate to the country their intent to engage in a bipartisan process to resolve some of the issues that have been of concern. And Honorable Speaker, I also want to agree with you that this process, Honorable Speaker, can only be successful if there is that collegiality that you have mentioned. There is absolute good faith in all the engagements, Honorable Speaker. And indeed, that is why last week, at the end of last week, Honorable Speaker, myself and the leader of majority in the Senate did write to both of you, the Speaker in the Senate and the Speaker in the National Assembly, to notify you of our intent and our very keen interest to get this process moving. And Honorable Speaker, we also took liberty to share with you the thoughts of the draft motion. And I want to agree with you, Honorable Speaker, that indeed, in that spirit of collegiality and bipartisanship, it is good that our thoughts are shared with our colleagues in the minority. And Honorable Speaker, because this is a matter that is important to the country, let me also mention we have indeed been consulting informally with our colleagues in the minority, because we are all intent, and I believe even the leadership in the minority, both in the House and out of the House, are intent on resolving these issues. And Honorable Speaker, as you have already directed in your communication, I shall be reaching out and writing to the minority leadership, and hopefully maybe with both here and in the Senate, for us to have a forum, Honorable Speaker, and I would beg that your office as chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission does facilitate, so that we have a forum for talks before the talks. As my good friend, the Honorable Opio, and I likes to taunt me about talks before the talks. And I agree with him, because as you have mentioned, such a motion, Honorable Speaker, can only come to establish this committee if we are agreed on the terms of reference and what the committee is going to look into. And therefore, it is not lost on me, Honorable Speaker, that we cannot have a motion that is not agreed on. And therefore, I will be taking up that direction and challenge, Honorable Speaker, and this afternoon, indeed, by the time the Honorable Leader of Minority retreats to his office, he will find a letter on his desk asking that hopefully before the end of this week, we have a forum, which I do pray that Parliament will be able to facilitate. Hopefully with the leader of minority in the National Assembly, the leader of minority in the Senate, the leader of majority in the Senate, and the proposed co-chairs that have been proposed by both coalitions, to be able to sit now and harmonize whatever issues that will be up for deliberation. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, let me invite all of us, as you have said, Honorable Speaker, to, one, be measured in what we say and what we do. Because, Honorable Speaker, the only thing that we have that we must value in this country is the peace and tranquility we enjoy. Any disruption to that peace and tranquility does not augur well either for us as leaders or for the people that we represent. But as leaders, Honorable Speaker, we have a bigger responsibility and duty to safeguard that peace and tranquility that the people of Kenya enjoy, because they have elected all of us, and even those leaders who are not in elective positions, but they hold leadership positions in this country. They have a responsibility to ensure that we hold our country together, Honorable Speaker, and the people of Kenya have bestowed all the trust in us to be able to resolve issues that are of concern to them and even to us, Honorable Speaker. And I want to end by saying that I am confident, Honorable Speaker, that working and reasoning together, we should be able to sit as leaders and be able to come up with solutions, be able to harmonize the motion on the terms of reference and what this committee will be doing. And by the time, Honorable Speaker, the motion for approval of that committee and its terms of reference comes to the House, we should not be in a situation where we are throwing words at each other, either inside or outside Parliament, Honorable Speaker, that we will have a very collegiate process that involves all of us, and that will be for the benefit of our country, Honorable Speaker. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I stand guided by your communication, and as I've indicated, I will be writing, and as I've said, I have been consulting with the leadership in the minority so that we work together in this respect. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Opio Wandai, minority leader.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, let me make a few comments on this matter. First and foremost, I must admit that I was taken aback when I read in the media that a motion had been forwarded to the Speaker's office about this bipartisan engagement, because that couldn't have been a motion about bipartisan engagement for the simple reason that my coalition was never consulted. It has now turned out, of course, that it was basically a draft motion for the Kenya Kwanza side. Mr. Speaker, let me say this, and for avoidance of doubt, that we still have a lot of ground to cover. Because as we speak, there seems not to be an agreement or concurrence on the nature of these talks. As far as the coalition that I lead is concerned, these talks can only be extra-parliamentary. Two, as I've said time and again, before any motion can be brought before this House to set up or to set off this process of bipartisan engagement, there have to be talks about the talks. And I'm happy that my friend, the Honorable Kimani Chungwa, has acceded to that. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we need talks about the talks is that first and foremost, that bipartisan committee must have clear terms of reference, must have clear mandate. Secondly, it must have clear time frame within which to accomplish its task. But more importantly, it must have clear mechanisms. Clear mechanisms have to be established for implementing whatever resolutions that committee may come up with. So that is the essence of talks about the talks. And those talks have to be as inclusive as possible, as I've always said. And therefore, without preempting anything else, our position is that we are ready and willing to engage in these talks, as long as they are as inclusive as possible and they are not confined to Parliament. Two is that my coalition reaffirms its commitment to the spirit of dialogue, as a way of resolving the problem that we currently face as a country. Because we are facing serious problems in this country as we speak. And it behoves us, the leadership, regardless of our political affiliation, to be in the forefront of trying to address those problems. And that bipartisan process is one such way, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as long as the Kenya Kwanza coalition demonstrates utmost good faith, demonstrates political will, and comes forward with open hands and open hearts, we are going to engage. But any slightest indication of lack of good faith or lack of goodwill, we shall go back to the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. It is not my desire to open further debate on this. I think you have heard your leaders. They have a very serious legal and moral duty to this House and this country to sit together, avoid unhelpful brinkmanship, and bring to the House something in furtherance of the wishes of the two leaders, the President and the former Prime Minister. So Kimani Ichung'wah and Wandai, we encourage you not to play to any gallery, but to do what you are expected to do as leaders, to support the process. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery two visitors from the National Assembly of Zambia, Mrs. Mambwe Kaoma, Senior Legal Officer, and Mr. Stanley Banda, Legal Officer. The delegation, which is drawn from the Legal Services Department of the National Assembly of Zambia, is in the country on a benchmarking study to our parliament, specifically to share best practices. On my behalf and on your behalf, I welcome the two visitors to the country and to parliament. Next order.
Order number 5.
Order. Go on.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, April 18th, 2023. 1. African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, Niamey Convention and Explanatory Memorandum from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. And 2. Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property and explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. Annual report and financial statements of for Tom Mboya University for the year ended June 30th, 2022. Elections Monitoring and Observation Report 2022 from the Office of the Ombudsman, the Commission on Administrative Justice. 5. Reports of the Auditor General of Financial Statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022. 1. Petroleum Trading Levy Fund, State Department for Transport, Commission on Revenue Allocation Staff Mortgage Scheme Fund, Receiver of Revenue, Recurrent National Treasury, Provident Fund, National Treasury, revenue statements of the Pensions Department, National Treasury, Kenya Local Loan Support Fund, National Treasury, Consolidated Fund Services, subscriptions to international organizations, National Treasury, statement of outstanding obligations guaranteed by Government of Kenya, National Treasury, Asian Officers Family Pensions Fund, National Treasury, Salaries and Remuneration Commission, revenue statements, the Judiciary, Commission on Revenue Allocation, Gulf Hotel Limited, Kenya Accreditation Service, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, Minister of Lands and Physical Planning, State Department for Shipping and Maritime, Kenya Shipyards Limited, State Department for Culture and Heritage, Health Sector Support Project, Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA, Aquaculture Business Development Program, State Department for Fisheries, Aquaculture and Blue Economy, State Department for Implementation of Curriculum Reforms, Kenya Energy Sector Environment and Social Responsibility Program Fund, Minister of Energy, State Department for Early Learning and Basic Education, and finally, National Gender and Equality Commission. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Chairperson, East African Parliamentary Alliance on Food Security and Nutrition, Caucus.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 18th of April, 2023. The report of the Fourth General Assembly of the Eastern African Parliamentary Alliance on Food Security and Nutrition, held in Kigali, Rwanda, on 7th and 9th of December, 2022. I hereby lay this report, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 18th April 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its vetting of a nominee for the appointment as the chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Adan Yusuf Haji.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I hereby move notice of motion as the chairman of the Eastern African Parliamentary Alliance on Food Security and Nutrition, the report of the Fourth General Assembly of the Eastern African Parliamentary Alliance on Food Security and Nutrition. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the House notes the report of the Kenyan delegation on the Fourth General Assembly of the Eastern African Parliamentary Alliance on Food Security and Nutrition, which was held in Kigali, Rwanda, on 7th and 9th of December 2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th April 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Murugara. Honorable Murugara.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as the chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th April 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution, Section 10(3) of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2011, as read together with the Section 8(2) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Dr. David Adang Oginde as the chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Butere. And our members have given leave to the member for Butere to give notice on a motion of adjournment. And if he has the requisite support, then I'll allocate time for it later today. Tinde Mwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice of adjournment of the House under Standing Order number 33, subsection 1, to discuss the mysterious disease outbreak in schools in the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 33, subsection 1, I rise to seek leave for adjournment of the House in order to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the mysterious death outbreaks in schools. Honorable Speaker, in February 2023, 4 students of Moi Girls Secondary School in Mandera County were hospitalized with suspected cholera symptoms. In March 2023, about 90 students from Upper Hill School, Nairobi City County, were diagnosed for cholera, with about 16 being hospitalized. In April 2023, Mukuuni Boys High School in Chuka, Tharaka Nithi County, was also closed until the following term due to a suspected outbreak of cholera at the learning facility. The most recent case in April was a mysterious disease outbreak at Mukumu Girls High School, where a teacher and 3 students succumbed while receiving treatment at the Life Care Specialty Hospital and Kakamega County Referral Hospital, respectively. The autopsies revealed that the victims passed on as a result of typhoid-like symptoms and multi-organ failure. From the foregoing, the school was closed indefinitely on 10th April 2023, after 500 other students were said to be infected. Butere Boys High School was also closed recently following the outbreak of an unknown disease. Honorable Speaker, it is also concerning that the Ministry of Health is yet to release findings from the samples taken from the schools. In addition to this, the Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission has not issued any statement whatsoever in this regard. So it is unclear what steps are being taken to address the serious issues. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave of the House to discuss this matter of national concern with a view to exploring possible and lasting solutions to the problem. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Do you have supporters for your motion?
Yes, I have members.
Thank you. The support is overwhelming. I will allocate you time from 5 p.m. this afternoon to move your motion. Thank you. Members, you may take your seats. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Chepkonga. Statement. Honorable members, as you know, questions will come tomorrow.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to move this statement, to give this statement. Mr. Speaker, I thought Honorable Wandai was going to be here just to congratulate him for the choices that he has made. He has chosen bipartisanship over bigotry, inclusivity over isolation. The only thing is that he gave a threat in the last words. But I want to thank him very much for seeking to be bipartisan in his approach of these talks, Mr. Speaker. Even talks over talks itself is seeking to be bipartisan. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 44, paragraph 2C, and Standing Order 210, 5A, to report to the House the list of the statutory instruments approved under paragraph 4A. The committee has received a total of 35 statutory instruments since its establishment on the 4th of November 2022. It has concluded 25 statutory instruments, out of which 17 were acceded to pursuant to Standing Order 210-4A, and reports on 8 statutory instruments tabled and approved by the House. Of the eight reports approved by the House, Mr. Speaker, 6 statutory instruments were approved in accordance with the Act to which they are made, while the House approved the report on annulment of one statutory instrument and rejected publication of one draft regulation. There are, however, 8 pending statutory instruments before the committee for its consideration. A detailed list on the statutory instruments that the committee has considered is attached herewith for the House to note. Honorable Speaker, as you may recall, this House approved the statutory instruments exemption from expired regulations 2022, which extended the life of over 1,700 statutory instruments from the executive and 10 statutory instruments from the Parliamentary Service Commission that were to lapse as provided under Section 21 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013. I urge, Mr. Speaker, the affected regulation-making authorities to submit the statutory instruments in good time to avoid the rush towards the expiry of the time extended, which is expected to end on the 23rd of January 2024. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chepkonga. Honorable Cynthia Muge, MP, Nandi County. You are listed as having a statement on issuance of diplomatic passports to Kenyan athletes. Are you to receive a report?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am to receive a report on the said statement.
Who is the chair of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture? Dan Wanyama. Honorable Dan Wanyama, who is the vice chair of that committee? Wamashukuru, is he in the house? Any members from that committee? Who? Nguna? Where is the response to the statement to the gracious lady from Nandi? Give him a working mic.
Yes, Speaker. On behalf of the chair and the vice chair, we will give this statement next week on Tuesday.
Honorable Nguna, it is not up to you to choose when to give the statement. It was listed today, and you are presumed as a committee to keep deadlines of the House so that we don't pile work. Tell your chair and your vice chair that the House takes a very dim view of this kind of conduct. Next order.
Order number 8, special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority.
Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi. Is he still here? Yes. You have 4 minutes, Mheshimiwa, to finish your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will continue from where I left. And I started by saying that I fully support the appointment of Mr. Martin Ogindo as the chair of the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. Mr. Speaker, I was at the point where I was saying that due to matters climate change, the whole world is rethinking the sources of protein. And Mr. Speaker, scientists tell us that to produce 1 kilogram of beef, it takes about 98.48 kilograms of carbon emissions. And the other known sources of protein that we use in this country, such as chicken and even mutton, fare no better when it comes to their contribution to carbon emissions. And so, Mr. Speaker, the only remaining and viable sources of protein that are climate change compliant are things like fish. And so we would urge the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority to actively promote the consumption of fish in this country so that we can also deal with matters of climate change. Mr. Speaker, in my own constituency of Tetu, we had a stimulus program whereby we invested quite a bit as far as fish ponds are concerned. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this program came to a halt because of inadequate funding and because of inadequate support. And I would urge the government to revamp the aquaculture project, especially in inland counties, because a lot of the work that goes on as far as promotion of fish farming is concerned happens either at the coast or around the big water bodies. So I would urge, Madam Speaker, that we marshal support to ensure that we can revive fish farming. In addition, in my own constituency, out of this stimulus program, we had a fish factory. But unfortunately, this investment is now rotting away because there is no fish being supplied. So we urge the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority to work with speed and ensure that we can start reviving the whole aspect of fish farming so that these factories can be activated again for purposes of job creation and even for purposes of ensuring that we have alternative sources of protein, especially animal protein, for our people. Madam Speaker, I would like to end there, and I support with my wholeheartedly the appointment of the chair of the KFMA. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence of Maliku Girls School from Kitui Rural Constituency, Kitui County, seated in the public gallery. I think Honorable Member for Mukurueni, Honorable John Kakusha, I think you had not completed your time last time. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I guess I have my minutes because I had not done the contribution. And I want to support the appointment of the Honorable Member, Martin Ogindo. And I support because this is a member who have served in this House and a member who is well qualified. If you look at his credentials, you'll find that this Honorable Member has the requisite qualifications to head the Kenya Marketing Authority, the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I do support the member. Honorable Speaker, fish consumption in Kenya has had an upward trend, apparently because most of the Kenyans do have a better income that they have. And of course, there is also appreciation of the nutritional value for consumption of fish. Our country is a net exporter of fish. If you look at what we are so far able to get from our country in terms of fisheries production, we have 1.5 billion US dollars worth of fish production in our country. Honorable Speaker, most of this fish production that we are having is coming from the freshwater lakes. It's also coming from the oceans, what we would call the marine fishing. And a lot of this also is coming from the farmed fish, what we would call the aquaculture fishing, which happens across the country. And Nyeri County happens to be one of the leading aquaculture farmed fish, particularly looking at the Nile tilapia, and also looking at the ornamental fish farming. Nyeri County and, of course, quite a number of the other counties around the Mount Kenya are doing very well in ornamental fishing. Honorable Speaker, we have the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority, which we believe is important in helping us to put into perspective all these kind of fish farming that we have in our country. Just to further this case for the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority, you realize that from our freshwater lakes, we are producing about 120 metric tons, 120,000 metric tons of fish. And from our marine fish farming, we are producing about 25,000 metric tons. And from our aquaculture, we have about 20,000 metric tons in our country. Honorable Speaker, you will notice how small the fish farming we have from the marine fishing. Just partly 20,000 metric tons as compared to the freshwater lakes fish farming, which is 125,000 metric tons. And the reason is because most of the fish farming which is happening in the oceans is under exploitations by superpowers, which most of them, I believe, are signing contracts with our country on development projects. And over and above that, as they sign those contracts, as they sign the loan contracts, they also sign a contract which helps them to exploit our fisheries resources in this country. So you find that the fish farming which is happening in the marine waters, and this is concentrating much more with high value fish, like tuna fish, like salmon, like the red snapper. Most of these fish, Honorable Speaker, you'll find that it's being exploited by the superpowers other than our country, which would be able to get good foreign exchange from that fish farming. You find that countries like China, they dock with huge ship and equipment in our deep seas, and they venture into our water resources. They harvest our high-value fish. And because they are so powerful, they have powerful equipment, they are able to exploit our fish resources. They process this fish within their vessels, and they package our fish, and they export this fish. Honorable Speaker, what is happening is that as a country, we are no longer able to have proper statistics of how much fish is being harvested in this country. And so it is being exported by the superpowers, and it is sold, and these dollars do not come to our country. Honorable Speaker, it is high time that the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority puts their foot down and concentrate and target this particular market so that we can have the foreign market being supplied by fish which is being fished by our farmers, by our fishers, or by our fishermen, and by our country, other than allowing the superpowers to exploit our fish resources. Honorable Speaker, if this was to happen, then we would actually be able to have foreign exchange, we would have food security, and we are going to have a better balance of trade. Today, as a country, you know, we are having a problem because there's a very serious pressure on the shilling from the dollar. You find that most of our imports are now highly priced because of the dollar, the way the dollar has put pressure on our shilling. Honorable Speaker, if we are able to look at the fish farming in this country in a better way, in a more local way, then we are going to ensure that we tilt the balance of trade. Honorable Speaker, I also have a case against some of these bodies that we are creating in this country. You realize that we have so many bodies that are dealing with the fish farming in Kenya, and it's also high time that we also looked at our budget and asked ourselves as a country, now that as a country we have so much resources going to recurrent expenditure in the country and so little money going to development, is it sustainable that we keep creating bodies and bodies after a body in this country? Look at the fish industry, for example. We have Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, KEMFRI. We have Kenya Marine Fisheries Socio-Economic Development, KEMFSED. We have Aquaculture Business Development Program, ABDP. We have Fish Levy Trust Fund, FLTF. We have Kenya Fishing Industries Corporation, KFIC. we have the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. And now here we have created another organization that we are calling Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. Honorable Speaker, I ask, are we not able to do part of this fish marketing using some of the bodies that we are having? Must we keep creating new bodies one after another? And this is encouraging the ballooning of our budgetary expenses in this country. And how sustainable, Honorable Speaker, can this be? Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. So my question is, how can this be sustained if we keep on creating new bodies every other day? It's high time that we relooked at this. As much as I support the chair of this body, Honorable Speaker, let us put a comma or a full stop on creation of new bodies that are ballooning our wage bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Mandera South, Honorable Abdul Haro. He doesn't seem to be in, but his card is there. The Honorable Member for Alego Usonga, the Honorable Samuel Atandi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this motion. Madam Speaker, Fish Marketing Authority is a very important authority for the fishing sector. Unfortunately, it has no role because Kenya produces about 400,000 tons of fish against the consumption. Our consumption of fish is about 600,000 tons. So basically, the marketing authority has no role because we don't have any fish to market. But I want to support the appointment of Mr. Ogindo because we have a culture in this House that we do not oppose our former colleagues who are given jobs. So that is the only condition I want to support this appointment of Ogindo. I think he is a person who is capable of performing in this responsibility. Unfortunately, he is consumed in the politics of political parties. I want to urge him from this floor that once he's given this job, he needs to desist from playing party politics in the region. Let him focus on this responsibility. Madam Speaker, what I want also to say is that for the benefit of this House, that I'm sponsoring a bill to introduce excise tax on imported fish. Madam Speaker, this is very important because whereas we have all these authorities and bodies that are supposed to help us in making fishing sector a profitable sector in this country, this is not happening because we are not investing a lot of resources in the fishing sector. So, Madam Speaker, I'm intending to introduce this bill in the upcoming finance bill, and I want to urge the members of this House to support me so that we can be able to tax this imported fish which is coming all over from China and all these countries. We don't need to import fish, Madam Speaker. The fishing sector is very profitable, and it is a sector that can help this country to, first of all, create jobs and also to help us in balancing the foreign exchange. Right now, we have a problem of dollars, and this is because everything is imported, even including things that we can produce. So I would like to urge the House that when my tax proposals come before this House, please support me so that, first of all, we will be able to raise more taxes from the fish imports, but more fundamentally, we need to invest more resources on the fishing industry so that we can create more jobs and make the sector profitable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bureti, Honourable Kibet Kimingoi. The Honourable Member is not there. The Honourable Member for Molo constituency, Kuria Kimani.
Thank you, Madam
standing up for
Speaker.
something?
Yes, I had spoken to this. I'm looking forward to speak to the next one.
Okay. The Honourable Member for Bonchari, Honourable Charles Onchoke. Okay, the Honourable Member for Seme, Honorable James Nyikal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me opportunity to contribute to this motion. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the appointment of Mr. Ogindo as the chair of the Fish Marketing Authority. Madam Speaker, this is somebody we know. He has been with us in this House. He has held important positions, and these credentials are actually well laid out in the report that recommends him. To that extent, we support him. But, Madam Speaker, I wish to bring out a few things that will be important to him. I'm sure he must be watching what is going on. As much as he's been appointed for developing the fish market, I think the most important thing that we should look at is actually fish production. Fisheries is a major part of the blue economy, which is not really fully exploited. It's a big potential for income generation in this country and for job creation. As the honorable member said, even in the ocean, a lot of foreigners actually utilize our space and export fish from our space, which should not be. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, in the inland lakes, inland waters, Lake Victoria, Lake Naivasha, Lake Turkana, we actually have not developed the potential for fish production adequately. And as that is going on, the consumption of fish is increasing, even local consumption, particularly tilapia, to the extent that at this point, Madam Speaker, we are actually importing fish from China, something we should not do because we have internal freshwater lakes that can do this. And the fish production is dwindling, the fish catch is dwindling for several reasons, one of them being increased consumption, but also the fishing methods that we use. In the inland lakes, we are actually using old methods, some of which are actually illegal. We have not developed adequately, although in some places it has taken place, modern fish production method, fish farming in ponds, fish farming in cages. I think this is something we should look at. Maybe if we develop the market, that will actually create a boost for production. But I think the biggest area is production. And this is because in the management of our fisheries, I believe, as a member said, we have established very many bodies, but they have not been harmonized. So we are actually not getting the benefit of these bodies that are developed. Some are national bodies, some are county bodies, and they are not really working well. You find that you have fisheries department dealing with fisheries, you have county fisheries department, you have Coast Guard, which is both a security organ and also being used in regulation of the fishing industry, particularly along the lake. And therefore, you find there are duplications, some of which actually hinder fish production and interfere with the fishermen that are trying to make a mega living with methods that are actually old-fashioned. And therefore, you find in some cases there is double licensing. The fishermen will need to get a license from the local authority, and when the Coast Guard comes in, they're also required to have a license from the national government. And so what ends up is that there is no harmonized method of regulating this. Even the management of the beaches themselves, Madam Speaker, there is an issue. You have the beach management units that are actually authorized by law to manage the beaches. You have the Coast Guard that is actually policing this. You have the county fisheries officials that are also policing this. And that is making it extremely unproductive. Even within the internal waters, the fish landing structures at the beaches, the infrastructure is actually poor. And if you are going to export fish, it is important that the hygiene in these areas, the sanitation in these areas are actually brought up to date. That is part of the requirement. And these are places that actually people live as they are trying to increase fish production. and they don't have good sanitation, you don't have toilets, there is no access, there are no access roads, there is no water. So we find that the fishermen are actually struggling as if they are on their own. So, Madam Speaker, I know Honorable Gindo is up to this task, but I think it should actually concentrate to a large extent in developing infrastructure for fish production, particularly in the inland lakes, where I think the majority of our people will actually get out a good living, produce enough to sell, and enough. In fact, locally, it is even sometimes hard to get fish, and that's why the Chinese are actually selling fish. So with those, Madam Speaker, I support his appointment and call upon him to actually look at the development of the fish infrastructure in the inland lakes so that we support our people in fish production and we also create jobs and also create get foreign exchange for ourselves. With that, Madam Speaker, I support and thank you very much.
The Honorable Member for Kericho County, Honorable Beatrice Kemei. It's not there. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I spoke to the same last time, so,
right, so
I'm waiting for the next one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next. Next is the Honorable Member for Dagoretti North, Beatrice Lachi, and we have, I think you'll be the last one, because I'll be calling upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support the motion and to support the nominee, Honorable Martin Otieno Gindo. Madam Speaker, when you look at the fishery industry, and just supporting what the Honorable Kagusha has said, I think it is time also we harmonize some of the authorities that we have. Because when you bring most of them with the same mandate, they overlap each other, they compete on each other. It becomes now, instead of indeed increasing production, then now you find yourselves all the time in complaints and everyone running away from doing what they are supposed to do and leaving the jobs, assuming this other department will do, or this other authority will do, or this other team will do it. And that is what is hurting the industry. Madam Speaker, as much as I know many will agree that yes, we need to look at the fish coming from China, but Madam Speaker, we also need to ask ourselves, when we consume all our fish, do we have deficits? And if we have, then indeed we must allow, being a global world, a global village, to trade to each other. Because today it is fish, tomorrow the avocados will be there, and we need to ask ourselves also, as the fish comes in, is it very cheap that this other fish is unable to move? And just the same way we have competition with the Ubers, with our own taxis, it's the same way we must have competition. But I agree we must protect those who do fishing farming, and we must ensure that anything that is needed as a government, that it has to be indeed those who are within the waters. How do we safeguard? How do we ensure they have better ways of doing also their trade? How do we ensure, Madam Speaker, we can dry our fish and also send it abroad and help those who are doing fishing to ensure that they are also able to receive what these other ones are receiving? I know we will find ourselves with our different fights even in Lake Victoria, but how do we help to ensure that those fights are not there? So that, and how do we help also? We have those who are doing fish in cages, which is also something that and I know we need now to support our real locals, because even the ones who do those cage fishing are the more advanced, are the same Chinese, are the same Indians who go to the lake and do it and then bring it to Thika and all these other places. How do we ensure everything is done and there is value added addition? With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
Okay, we may now call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank all the honorable members for the kind words and the support
for the Honorable Martin Otieno Okindo as the Chairperson of Fish Marketing Authority. Madam Speaker, I think the honorable members who have spoken about this motion, Madam Speaker, pointed out many issues affecting the fish farming, the fish marketing, and the fish exploration in the country. And Madam Speaker, generally, the blue economy sector in the country. Madam Speaker, this sector requires a lot of support. It's a new sector which requires a lot of resources to be exploited. But finally, Madam Speaker, it is also a sector with a lot of potential in terms of income, in terms of employment of our youth, and also in terms of foreign exchange. Madam Speaker, I don't want to take a lot of time. I want to take this opportunity again to thank honorable members and seek, Madam Speaker, the approval of the House for the appointment of the Honorable Martin Okindo as the Chairperson of Kenya Fish and Marketing Authority. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.3 to request you to defer the putting of the question to a later date, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members.
Order number 9, motion, inquiry regarding sexual harassment of female workers in tea estates in Kericho County.
Honorable member. Yes, I can see you, Honorable Karemba. Yes, I can see you. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Beatrice Kemei, the County Member of Parliament for Kericho County, on 21st February 2023, sought a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor, regarding sexual harassment of female workers in various tea estates in Kericho County. In the statement request, the member stated that female workers in the various tea estates in Kericho County lived...
Honorable member, if you could kindly move the motion as it is in the order paper, then proceed to articulate it. Give him a copy.
I beg to move that. Can you read all of it, then you got me.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the report on the Departmental Committee on Labor on the inquiry regarding sexual harassment of female workers in tea estates in Kericho County, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 23rd March 2023. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Beatrice Kemei, Member of Parliament for Kericho County, on 21st February 2023, sought a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor regarding sexual harassment of female workers in various tea estates in Kericho County. In the statement request, the member stated that the female workers in various tea estates in Kericho County lived and worked in deplorable working conditions and were victims of sexual abuse in the hands of their male bosses. An expose by BBC Africa, a documentary by the British Broadcasting Company BBC entitled Sex for Work, The True Cost of Our Tea, was aired on 20th of February 2023, in which two companies, namely James Finlay Kenya and Ekaterra Lipton Tea Teas and Infusions, formerly Unilever, were reported as having witnessed incidences of sexual harassment and exploitation. In addition, several anonymous female featured in the documentary named 4 persons, male persons, 2 in each of the companies named as the perpetrators of the acts. Following the requests for statement, the committee resolved to conduct an inquiry into the allegations of sexual abuse and table a report in the House with a view to having the report debated, adopted, and recommendations forwarded to the concerned agencies for implementation. This was besides facilitating the issuance of a response by the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection for reporting to the House by the chairperson. The decision of the committee to conduct an inquiry into the matter was informed by Standing Order 216(5)(e), which mandates the departmental committees to investigate and inquire into all matters relating to the assigned ministries and departments as they may be deemed necessary and as may be referred to them by the House. So, Madam Speaker, the committee set its terms of reference for the inquiry as follows. 1, to establish if there is concrete information on the allegations of sexual harassment of female workers in the various tea estates in Kericho County. 2, to establish the measures the government is putting in place to protect the rights of female workers in these tea estates. Number 3, to establish the measures the government is putting to place to ensure these tea estates adhere to labor laws and implement policies on sexual harassment, to establish the status of investigations into the heinous act to ensure that culpable perpetrators are brought to book and justice is served. Madam Speaker, the committee carried out public participation in accordance with the requirements of the Article 118 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. The committee identified the following stakeholders whom it requested to make submissions on the matters under inquiry. And these stakeholders were, 1, the county security team of Kericho, which included the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, the National Police Service, the National Intelligence Service, the County Commissioner. 2, the National Labor Commissioner Office and State Department for Labor and Skills Development. Number 3, the County Labor Officer, Kericho County. Number 4, the management of James Finlay Kenya Limited. Number 5, the management of Ekatera Lipton Teas and Infusions. Number 6, the shop stewards at James Finlay Kenya Limited. Number 7, the shop stewards, Ekatera Lipton Teas Infusions. Number 8, the Assistant General Secretary, Central Organization of Trade Unions, KOTU. Number 9, the branch secretaries, Kenya Plantation and Agricultural Workers Union of the counties of Kericho at Bomet. And number 10, Mr. Speaker, the victims of the sexual harassment, if they consented to make their submissions to the committee. Mr. Speaker, the committee conducted public hearings in Kericho County on 3rd and 4th March 2023, during which it held meetings and heard submissions from the aforementioned stakeholders. Both oral and written submissions were made to the committee by those who testified. Analyzed the submissions received, the outcome of which informed its findings and recommendations. During the conduct of the inquiry, the committee faced challenges that included the witness who went by the Labor Office to speak in camera to the committee on the allegations declined and referred to their lawyer. The nature of the allegations made it difficult to receive witnesses, information including from the shop stewards and the union. And Mr. Speaker, this is due to the stigmatization that comes with reporting sexual related offenses. Mr. Speaker, the issues of determination, the issue for determination are as per the terms of the reference of the inquiry as set out by the committee based on the evidence on record, which is from the testimonies from the witnesses and the stakeholder. The committee analyzes the testimonies and determines the issue as follows. 1, to establish if there is concrete information on the allegations of sexual harassment of female workers in the various tea estates in Kericho. And Mr. Speaker, from the submissions, the county security team had yet to interrogate the BBC reporter who made the expose. The county security team reported that they had communicated with the DCI headquarters forensic laboratory to obtain the full information of the reporter to facilitate his interrogation. The committee expressed its dissatisfaction with the slow pace this was taking. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, the victims of the sexual harassment cases were not reporting the abuse, and the 2 tea companies reported that they did not have knowledge of the extent of the violations until the expose of the BBC Africa Eye was aired. At the time of the visit by the committee, there were no incidents reports on the allegations of the sexual harassment with the police on the 4 alleged perpetrators, namely Jeremiah Koskei, Mr. Samuel Ebey, who worked for Ekatera Teas and Infusions, Mr. John Chepochok, and John Asava, who worked at James Finley, Kenya. Mr. Speaker, James Finley, Kenya terminated the contract agreement with John Chepochok's company, which is called Silso Holdings. They have also suspended Mr. John Asava. The company has barred Mr. John Chepochok and Mr. John Asava from entering James Finley, Kenya premises. Ekatera Teas and Infusions reported that they had suspended Mr. Jeremiah Koskei and Mr. Samuel Ebey and barred the 2 named persons from accessing Ekatera Tea and Infusions premises. And this, Mr. Speaker, was to prevent them from interfering with the process of investigations. Mr. Speaker, this is evidence on record that Mr. Sylvia Den, who is the regional managing director, acknowledged that incidences of sexual harassment were happening in Ekatera Lipton Teas and Infusions. However, since taking up the position in 2019, she has put measures and created awareness to mitigate the incidences. The company is working towards a 0% rate of gender-based violence in the tea estates. Further, the company doesn't outsource any labor except the security services. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, the shop stewards at Ekatera Tea and Infusions distinguished between incidences of unwelcome sexual harassment and incidences of sex for work, where the sex for work was sought for opportunities for employment, promotions, lighter duties, being graded, thus increase in pay. However, no written submissions were presented on the specific incidences or names of persons affected. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that although there are sexual harassment policies, trainings, and reporting channels available, reporting was minimum, which makes it difficult to address the incidences. From the foregoing, the committee finds that there is credible evidence on record that there is sexual harassment in some tea estates in Kericho County, and that though there are sexual harassment policies, trainings, and reporting channels available, reporting was very minimum. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, to establish the measures the government is putting in place to protect the rights of workers in these tea estates, the committee noted that there is gender office within the grounds of Kericho Police Station, whose independence was in question, having been funded by the James Finlay's Kenya Tea Estate. However, the county security team informed the committee that James Finlay only provided the funds for construction of the center. The center is fully manned by the police officers and is independent of the James Finlay Kenya Limited. The company, Mr. Speaker, handed the community policing as an avenue of reporting information related to sexual harassment and abuse appeared not to be very active, as the incidences of sexual harassment continued happening but not reported. The county security team submitted that there is the community policing and the Nyumba Kumi initiative at the ward level to enable the citizenry report various issues, including gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, the effectiveness of the various channels put in place to deal with sexual harassment and abuse appears to be poor. Both James Finley and Ekatera submitted that all employees have access to reporting mechanisms, which include welfare committees, toll-free anonymous call numbers, bulk SMS messages for mass communication, use of notice boards, use of suggestion boxes, training of various village committees on sexual harassment and other forms of abuse, among others. The company is committed to continuously improve the system. Mr. Speaker, we also noted, and this is important for the women leaders in this House to hear, that there are a few women in leadership positions at James Finley, Kenya. The composition of women leadership is at 25%, 29% at the lower management level, 19% at the higher management level, 6% at junior management level, and 24% at senior level management. James Finley management submitted that it conducts gender surveys and that there is continued effort to be female gender inclusive through management trainees programs for women and training of women in ICT. The criteria used to outsource labor services at James Finley was unclear. The company submitted that it conducts a pre-qualification exercise for the services. Services outsourced include labor, maintenance, and construction. However, it was disputed that by the labor unions who accused the company of directly procuring the services of the accused person's company called Silso Holdings. The committee also observed that the government has instituted measures to guard against sexual harassment abuses. These include the enactment of Sexual Offences Act and the Employment Act, the community policing, the presence of police station, labor and gender offices in counties, and other initiatives aimed at enabling women seek guidance on the rights and launch complaints against sexual harassment. The committee nonetheless noted that many women were not aware of the initiatives and therefore not making use of them. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of establishing the measures the government is putting in place to ensure that these tier states adhere to labor laws and implement policies on sexual harassment, the committee observed that there is a gap in the frequency of reporting the sexual harassment incidences despite the documented available reporting channels. There is a need for collaborative effort by the stakeholders, which are the Labor Department, the trade unions, the legislators, to come up with a clear and better framework for reporting. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the outsourcing of employees through contracts was a weak link in enforcing the sexual harassment policies. For instance, at James Finley, the alleged perpetrator, Mr. John Chepochok, owes Sislo Holding, a company contracted to provide contracted labor to James Finley. The contract company is in charge of performance and retention of employees. The competition for the available scarce employment opportunities for placement leaves the employees prone to exploitation and harassment. The committee resolved to initiate legislation to govern outsourcing of labor services. Mr. Speaker, Ekatera Tea and Infusions has 43% of female supervisors and managers, and we are working towards increasing the number to 50%. The committee commended this, but cautioned against discrimination against male gender competing for the same positions. Further, it advised that the influence and ability to effect change of the female supervisors and managers should be empowered to effectively root out the vice. The committee finds that whereas workers acknowledged that there are policies to ensure adherence to labor laws, the same workers cited frustrations in reporting cases since the culprits were never brought to book. Consequently, many of them no longer report the cases to authorities. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, to establish investigations into the heinous acts and to ensure the culpable perpetrators are brought to book and justice, the committee noted that the investigations by the DCI into the allegations of sexual harassment and exploitation were progressing slowly. Further, the Kericho County Security Team reported that they are yet to interview the BBC journalist who made the documentary to receive any evidence on the incidences as reported in the documentary at the time of the visit of the committee. The 4 persons named in the documentary as the perpetrators had not been arrested nor charged in court of law since no victim had filed complaints against them to the police. The labor officer, Kericho County, did not report the frequency of their visits to the tea estates on matter sexual harassment. There is 1 labor officer in the whole county, and this may affect the quality and quantity of his visits. So, Mr. Speaker, based on these findings, the committee made a number of recommendations that the Directorate of Criminal Investigation should fast-track their investigations to identify the victims of the alleged sexual harassment and bring those culpable to book. 2, Mr. Speaker, the victims of the sexual harassment in the tea estates should report the incidences to the police for investigation and criminal prosecution. 3, Mr. Speaker, the victims of the sexual harassment should report the incidences to the county gender office and the county labor office. So, Mr. Speaker, we have made available the report to members, and I beg now to table the report of the committee and request the Honorable Kuria Kimani, the member for Molo, to second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the report by the Departmental Committee on Labor on an inquiry regarding sexual harassment of female workers in tea estates in Kericho County through a statement sought by the Honorable County Member of Parliament for Kericho County.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Chair for Labor, the Honorable Eric Mushangi, aka Karemba, and I were both students of Kenyatta University, including the Honorable Dean Nyoro, our Chair for Budget, and we've remained quite friends quite some time together. And perhaps that's why he asked me to second this motion, although I'm not a member of this committee. Honorable Speaker, this revelations by this BBC expose is very painful for the millions of workers in this country. It is even more painful that it took a BBC expose for us to know the fates and the suffering of these women in Kericho County. And really thank the Honorable County MP for Kericho for bringing this attention to this House and the Committee on Labor for doing thorough investigation and tabling the report before us. But of course, Honorable Speaker, I note in the report that as you would expect, there is not much evidence that they were able to get, mainly because the victims of sexual harassment were intimidated, they feared for their lives, and therefore no single culprit of this sexual harassment came to testify before the committee. Which begs the question, Mr. Speaker, what is happening in places of work across the Republic? Which begs the question, what is happening to women who work in various institutions in this country? And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, this harassment does not just go for women. We have had cases of also men being sexually harassed at their workplaces, Mr. Speaker, when they are going to work, and even in the normal operations of their businesses, Mr. Speaker. One would wonder whether we are short of laws to protect against sexual harassment in this country. And the answer is no. Article 27 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, prohibits any kind of discrimination, including gender, anywhere in this country. Section 23 of the Sexual Offences Act expressly says what sexual harassment is, and unfortunately only sets a penalty of up to 100,000 shillings and an imprisonment of up to 3 years for these particular offenses. So perhaps it is high time that this Honorable House reviewed this particular act and reviewed the fine and the imprisonment term or the punishment that should be vetted by these sexual offenders, Honorable Speaker. The Employment Act, Section 6.1, again, talks expressly about how we should relate with each other at our workplaces, Honorable Speaker. But perhaps this sexual harassment does not just happen. It's not just happening in Kericho. Our police stations have become another place for sexual harassment. And most of the police stations that you'll find in this country, Mr. Speaker, do not have separate cells for men and for women. And most importantly, very few of them have separate cells for children. And even the ones that have separate cells for children offenders, they do not separate between the boys and the girls. So you have a child offender who is arrested, who is taken to a police station, who is a boy, and is being kept in that polling station among other criminal men. And by morning, Mr. Speaker, a lot has happened to that, to those young offenders, Mr. Speaker. So I think it is a high time that our executive and especially our our Ministry of Interior rethinks about how our police cells are being made, so that we make sure even if these people are offenders, they still have their rights. And we should still protect them from harassment in those particular cells. So I really hope that we are going to have those cells clearly defined. This is for men, this is for women, and most importantly, for the young offenders, to make sure there are those cells for the young boys and the young girls, Mr. Speaker. This morning, when I was preparing to second this motion, I talked to one Corporal Beth Kamau, a police officer in charge of gender at Elbagon Police Station. And Mr. Speaker, I was surprised to note that 75% of all cases registered in that Elbagon Police Station. And she was saying that this is actually the statistics for police stations across the country, because they have a group where they shared all those reports with other gender officers. So 70% of all cases reported in police stations in this country relates to gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, in the mornings when I'm coming to work, I like to listen to Classic 105. And some of those debates on Classic by Maina and Kingangi sometimes are very controversial. And Mr. Speaker, I get very surprised when I hear stories of men and women talking about being beaten like it is the order of the day. Talking about women who are battered to near death. And they say, what do I do, Maina? Where do I go, Maina? And these cases go on and on. A few months ago, there was a debate about now men who are being clobbered by their wives. Even one saying that he lost his eye. Another one says he was still limping. And we have the way the discussion goes is that it's so casual because it is the order of the day. And this is really to urge Kenyans, and especially even those in abusive marriages, that when it comes to that violence, when your wife or your husband is beating you up, you are a potential to death any minute. You are a candidate of death any minute. Because sometimes, I remember, Honorable Speaker, there was a case in high school of a case in, I think it was Nyahururu, where when the husband went to hit the wife ran out, and the only thing that she saw that was near that she could protect her from being hit was an axe. And so when now she was trying now to defend herself with an axe, their small 1 year and a half, around 1 year old baby woke up. And now when he came to the sitting room, and now the husband was trying to take away the axe from the woman, the axe actually fell on that boy, and that boy died. And that guy ended up being imprisoned in Nakuru, and then I think he's still serving his term for murdering his son. I'm sure he didn't intend to kill the son. But when now we resolved violence, instead of sitting down as adults and having a conversation about the issues that are affecting us, then know that death becomes ultimate, and perhaps you might even find yourself as a candidate for murder. So it's really to encourage all of us, especially in marriage institutions, that let us resolve to dialogue and let us not normalize abuse, physical abuse, as if it's the order of the day. And even when our friends come to us and tell us that they have been beaten up, let us offer solid and sound advice. For example, being firm and saying, you cannot hit me again, you should never hit me, including, if possible, going to record a settlement at a police station. And not just to wait until they are killed by their spouses, and then we rush to the funeral in printed T-shirts of their photos, eulogizing them in house and saying how great those people are. Mr. Speaker, was the issue of irid or teen pregnancies. That again, the cases that she has to deal with every day is like, she was saying, like currently she's investigating 13 cases of pregnancies in just 3 schools. 3 schools, 13 cases of teen pregnancies. And who are the ones responsible? Grown adults. And perhaps I'm wondering, what is this that men see in small children that they don't see in adult women? What is this? I think perhaps the Q in LGBTQ, that queer thing, is how you look at a child and think about having sexual intercourse with them. I think men, we should stand up. We should be the one protecting our children. And this issue of having sex with underage children must stop so that we protect our future generations. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I again support this great report by the Departmental Committee on Labor as done by my friend, Honorable Eric. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of students from the very famous Precious Blood Rerouter from Dagoretti North constituency, Nairobi County. This is not a matter of discussion, but what is it, Honorable Lachi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for just allowing me to appreciate our girls' school. That is an excellent school in this country. But more importantly, just to say, Reruta Precious Blood Girls' School is a school that believes in a miniscore of 10. And we always appreciate that. I want to tell the girls, welcome to Parliament. Enjoy, but inspire yourself as you live here. Just pray that one day you will be in this house, either as a member of Parliament or even as a speaker of this Parliament. So enjoy yourselves, and more importantly, remember always what we say, read your books, read that storybook that you always sustain as the culture of Precious Blood. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, that is not a matter that requires discussion. And allow me and allow the House to proceed unless there's a very special point of order. But I think we don't need to go that direction. Let me first announce that at exactly 5, I'll be calling upon the Honorable Member for Butere, Tindi Mwale, to actually, as the Speaker had directed earlier, to move a motion of adjournment on a matter of urgent national importance to discuss the mysterious disease outbreaks in schools in the country. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Labor on the inquiry regarding sexual harassment of female workers in tea estates in Kericho County, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 23rd March 2023. The first member to have a bite on this is Honorable Farah. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I want to commend this committee for having done such a good job. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it is a pity, 60 years after independence, with the blood of Samoei Ole Koitalel, the land that was grabbed and stolen from the Africans of this country is still owned by the same thugs who stole it. And today, the poverty-stricken sons and grandsons and granddaughters of the same people who fought for this country are begging those multinationals to give them jobs that pay menial amounts of money, and in the process, those girls are being raped. Mr. Speaker, not yet Uhuru. Anybody who thinks that we got independence, we never got independence. Our independence is just symbolic. This country, where the Maasais who lost millions of acres have their land occupied by families, 150,000 kilometers of land is a ranch somewhere in Laikipia. The Delamayers have what you call, 600,000 or 1 million acres. Everybody else has those millions, and the poor guys are grazing their cows in our towns and in our cities because they don't have any place to graze them. This government, Mr. Speaker, if it's not ready, as it calls itself the Hustler Nation, to go and make a compulsory acquisition of all these lands and distribute to the same farm workers who are being raped and harassed and given menial jobs and living a life of destitution, if it's not given to it, then it does not justify to be called a Hustler Nation. Mr. Speaker, if somebody comes to this country and says that he's going to have a new land policy, which is going to reward the Mau Mau children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, the people who died for us, what does Dedan Kimathi have in the form of a land today? Everything is owned by the collaborators. And a house like this and the subsequent governments have been sanitizing that. Today, we are talking about companies that own 200,000 acres of tea farms. And we are begging them not to rape our girls who are earning 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. And the land belonged to their own ancestors who fought. Otherwise, you would all be slaves in somewhere in Mississippi and California and God knows where, if it is not for those Maasais and those Kalenjins who fought those days and made sure that those people do not make any inroads into this country. And the same slave owners, same imperialists who did what they did to us, still own the land the way they want it. And the whole games, they have what you call everywhere. Look at the ranches and the way they run them in there, in the form of families, when the indigenous owners of this land are not there anymore. I know if a Mugabe comes into this country and asks Kenyans to support him, Del Monte, look at it, 990-something thousand acres, what do you call years? What kind of a lease is called 990-something? Who made the laws? Who was consulted? Were we consulted as Africans when they were legislating on our lands? They came and colonized us. They held us against our wish and our will. And then they own the land, the prime land right now. And the only Africans who are very happy are those ones who had access to government those days and were given millions of acres, and they are going to protect them because they are exactly like them. They are exactly like them. These families, African families who are holding millions of acres, that land must be reclaimed and redistributed to the real sons and daughters of this land who fought for the future of this, who fought for the independence we enjoy, who fought the fact that we are not slaves, we are not taken as slaves or whatever it is, to Carolinas and the West Indies and South America, God knows what. Mr. Speaker, it is a pity. And I think that earlier this House, listen to me, members of Parliament, I just don't want you to applaud. I want you to make the right legislative decisions to reclaim all those lands and ask them to pay us compensation for all the exploitation they have been doing for the last 100 years. They exploited. They don't have to be paid for it. They don't have to be paid for it. and the African landowners who inherited the whites and are masters right now, owning millions of acres, must redistribute that land to the people whose fathers and grandfathers and great-grandfathers fought for this land's change. Mr. Speaker, we need to have a country in which, as a legislature, we want.
Please give him 1 minute.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, and I'm imploding. I'm pleading with you, members of parliament. I'm pleading with you, my brothers and sisters. I have been in this house 30 years ago, and I'm still there, and we are still suffering the way we were suffering 30 years ago. Some of these are historical injustices. That's why nobody wants to see the Ndungu Commission, what they call, implemented. Nobody wants to see the TJRC report implemented. Nobody wants. Some Africans go there, make a deal with the whites out there, and the rest of us, the 50 million today. Before we were only 7 million, 8 million. Today we're 50 million. The 50 million are basically paupers, and we only have 50 billionaires in this country who are Africans, or who have stolen from us. So what we need to do as a house, somebody must bring a bill that says that there has to be a compulsory acquisition to have a new land policy for this country to reward the landless who cannot even get a 6x5 where they can be used for a grave for themselves.
We have Honorable Farah, you have spoken very well on this matter. And we added you 1 minute. Please allow the other members also to speak on this, so that, okay, because of public demand, we add you 1 more minute, please.
Can I have my mic? I will keep on it. I will be impressed with the fact that you are applauding what I'm saying if you tomorrow come to my office and we decide making a bill that is going to make a compulsory acquisition of that land to be redistributed to the landless people. And if you're not alone, I want us all, this house has got to change the future of this country. Point of order? Okay.
You may take your seat.
Yes.
Point of order, Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, because I don't want to interfere with my senior, he came to Parliament before me, and I've been fairly patient. And as a human rights defender of women, I'm just wondering where land and women come from. The things he's talking about are very important, but we're talking about sexual harassment of women in Kericho Tea Estate. Whenever we have issues relating to women, we start identifying with the land, cars, chairs, mountains, and elephants. Mr. Speaker, where is the relevance of women being sexually harassed and land? As much that is important, can the honorable member bring a different motion on land ownership, and we'll support him. But right now, our concern is the issue of women harassment in Kericho Tea Estates. Stick to the rules of relevance, please. Thank you.
The rules of relevance are there, Madam.
Honorable Farah.
I'll just finish, because you took my time. Let me just conclude.
Honorable
The
Farah,
rules of the relevance
proceed.
is that these people are working in land. They are being victimized because they are working on land and on farms, tea farms. So the synergy between, and they deserve to own that land themselves instead of becoming there something which is an indentured slaves and labor. So that is where the synergy is there. That is where the synthesis is there. These people need to take charge of that land themselves instead of becoming workers and with the land that was fought for and died for by their ancestors. Thank you.
Very well. The Honorable Francis Sigay, Honorable Member for Sotik.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to also ventilate on this very serious issue. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to defend the rights of women. The issues which has been brought up by this motion by Honorable Beatrice Kemei has come at the right time. And Mr. Speaker, I know, I come from that region, and I know that there have been a lot of malpractices which have been going on in the tea estates. And Mr. Speaker, while I condemn what was reported in the BBC, I also would like to ask the government to take serious action on the perpetrators who are very brave to do what they were doing. And Mr. Speaker, this House must stand to defend our women. We have seen our women, because of poverty, Mr. Speaker, and because of the low pay being given by these estates, we would like to appeal to the government to look at particularly the issue of pay, how much they are paying the tea estates. Mr. Speaker, these women are surviving from hand to mouth. And they are the people who have children and they are suffering. Mr. Speaker, I would like to see the perpetrators taken to court. And the law must take its course. Mr. Speaker, I have seen many of these issues being raised. But you see, for a long time, Mr. Speaker, these issues have been put under the carpet. People I want to thank the people who did this thing. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I want to regret that one of those people who revealed these malpractices in the tea estates was killed. I don't know by who. And it's very sad that people who are bringing out issues which are supporting and actually empowering our women are the ones who meet some serious criminal activities. And Mr. Speaker, I really sympathize with the family of that man who was killed. And Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to support the honorable member and thank her for this wonderful job. And Mr. Speaker, we would like to go further and look at the issues of land law and labor laws in the tea estates with a view to changing them so that it can be friendly to the workers, not only women, even men, Mr. Speaker. Even men that the estates are also suffering, but they don't talk about these things. So we would like Honorable Beatrice to go further and propose some legislation which can be able to protect our people in Kericho. I'm happy that at last this Honorable MP, our good lady from Kericho, was able to bring this issue up. And I support her fully. And Mr. Speaker, I am requesting her to go ahead and look at the legislation which can assist, protect our people who are poor in these areas. And Mr. Speaker, I would like particularly to ask the honorable member to look at the issue of pay. What are they being paid? How much do they earn per day? I think, Mheshimiwa, I would like, through the chair, through the speaker, I would like to see legislation go further, Mheshimiwa, and let us have legislation. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Very well. The Honorable Gabriel Kagomba. Kagombe of Gatundu South, if he's not in the House. Next is the Honorable Peter Kihungi Kangema. Proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I start to support the report on the investigation that the government should take up the investigations. One thing I want to say that I'm a member of Labour Committee, and also I was one of the team that went. And Mr. Speaker, it's so painful as you watch the people and the women who are working in those estates. They live as if they don't live in this country, whereby there is no law, there is nobody who is there to care for them. They seem extremely helpless. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we were trying to interrogate on the issues, when you went on the site to start talking to somebody maybe whereby he feels as if he's secure, nobody will be able to notice, they give you stories of how the person who has been given the contract, the contract for labor, how he misuses those women. We are told that whenever he has a desire for a woman, he doesn't have to take a lodge because the estates has forests they have forests that are man-made for wood for boilers. They usually do sex with women inside those forests. Therefore, the thing is so abhorrent, and I think as we are putting it, it's not as easy as we can see. I wish those estates as they are, we were told it's only maybe that the new government has come. They could not allow anybody to access those estates. We got a letter the BBC wrote. The BBC, before it aired the exposure, they wrote to the companies and gave them the evidence and the issues that has been raised by the person who was about to do the story. When they got that information, they did not care. They did not even answer. They did not even try to manage the exposure because they knew the government will do nothing and nothing will happen to them because they are in control. Mr. Speaker, when we met the DCIs, the labor people, they were defending the tea estates. When we met them at a town, in a meeting where we met at the county commissioner's office, they were defending the tea estates. Therefore, I wonder where these people can report their cases, because the administrations, the people who are supposed to represent them, they are the people who we are defending, saying that these are things which are there to fight the tea estates. But when you get to the real issue, you discuss with the women, we discuss with the men, we discuss with the shop stewards, where they tell you, even if we give you the evidence, do not expose us because we'll be sacked. Therefore, what I wish to say is that as the report has come, whatever was aired, that's the truth. That guy called Bochek, whatever, is a guy who was an employee. He used to practice sexual harassment to women. He was later given the contract now to be the person who was outsourcing the labor for those companies. Therefore, he continued. And I want to prove that guy is still working there. Therefore, what I want to say is that those people are helpless. The government is doing nothing. The administration allowed Kericho. We can't say they will help those people. The DCI, the labor, they were defending them. They were saying that those are people who want to fight the companies. Those are wars between the companies. Therefore, what I want to say is that let's trust the government that it will act on this issue. But I want to say that those people who are working in tea estates, they are extremely helpless. Furthermore, they don't feel the presence of government. They just feel in another country, which is Kenya, where there is no law. There are people who are governed by the estate and the managers who do whatever they want because they control the government. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I wish the government should take up this issue. Should take up this issue seriously and help our people in those tea estates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, the Honorable Julius Ole Sunkuli.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I speak about Kericho because when I first became a magistrate, that's where I was posted. And the lifeline of Kericho is the tea estates. Without the tea estates, Mr. Speaker, there is no Kericho. The Kericho, I think, today is one of the most beautiful places in Kenya. You compare it with Limuru, which is also very beautiful. And the economy of Kericho has always been the tea estate. And it has not just benefited the people of Kericho in terms of employment. Many people in the South Rift seek employment in Kericho. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it is very, very important that we make this point, because this report that has been tabled shows that there has been a problem, and there is a problem with respect to those who go to seek employment in Kericho. And I want to urge the people, the management of the estates in Kericho, whether they be James Finlay, George Williamson, or the successor of Unilever, all those big estates, I want to beg them to take responsibility over these issues. Even before the policemen are invited to this investigation, the estates themselves should look into this matter, because that is the place, the destination of many of our people, and the livelihoods of our people rely, on these estates. And Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the honorable members that if we want our people to continue working in Kericho, in the tea estates in Kericho, let us desist from thinking that one day when we subdivide the estates in Kericho, life will be better. In fact, it is like going to slay the chicken that lays, or rather the goose that lays the golden egg. I personally stand to say that let us protect the estates the way they are. If you leave it to these, to our people, Mr. Speaker, many things happen. In Kericho itself, another employer, used to be called the Tea Hotel, was very good when it was run by those estates. Then our people agitated and said, we want these companies to be out of Tea Hotel. And that was the jewel of the South Rift. Today, there is no Tea Hotel. Our good African people messed it up. If you open up this idea that we want to remove these estates and give it to Africans, they'll go and make them small, tiny things, and you will not even be discussing about this today. I know that there is a problem. And the problem sometimes is foreigners. Whether you are talking about the British people from who ran James Finlay or George Williamson or Unilever, they acquire some habits that are a little bit colonial. And that is what we should attack. We must tell them that this is a free country. It happens in our own Transmara sugar company. You cannot even enter to see the managing director unless you are his color. That is what we should attack. And we attack things like the ones we are attacking today. We don't want people to go there and be told it is sex for work. People must be given responsibilities because of their abilities or because there are vacancies that are there. Kericho is large enough for all of us. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that this motion has brought up these issues. I hope that they are listening. I hope that they will retain the dignity of the women, but also that the honorable members, as they speak, should not ever want to destroy the nature of Kenya. Because today you will say that we subdivide Kericho, and then the next time you want to subdivide the Masai Mara, and then you want to subdivide, I think we should retain as much as possible our big estate, because we are a capitalist country. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Very well. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, let me start by the onset to thank the committee for that report. I only wish they had given even stronger recommendations, because I think if I see one of the things you are putting is that victims should report, but given the nature of the society, victims will not report, especially where they are inferior, superior kind of relationship. So I think maybe you should have put a greater onus on the companies to make sure they have a sexual harassment policy and to make sure that they have systems in place. And also you should have put stronger language against the government. I also wish to thank the BBC for the expose, because it's even though it's very embarrassing that we have a whole government with the legislature, executive and judiciary, and it takes BBC to expose this, that means there is somewhere where there is something that is not operational. Mr. Speaker, if there is one thing that we have done well as a country, it is to legislate. Perhaps we might even be accused of over-legislating, because we have a lot of laws on sexual and gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, just starting with the Constitution itself, Article 2.5 and 2.6 import international conventions that are protective of women, including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at it, even if you look at other laws, the Sexual Offences Act, Counter Trafficking in Persons Act, Victim Protection Act, amongst many others. So we have a plethora of laws that are protective of women. Where we fail is in implementation, and that is actually the role of the executive. It's embarrassing that a lot of women report cases of abuse against them, and no action is taken. Mr. Speaker, before I came into this parliament, most of my work entailed dealing with issues of abuse, but especially against children. And it was embarrassing that you find cases like this, you find sometimes foreigners...
Order, Honorable Millie. The time now being 5, as had been ruled by the Speaker, I now want to ask the Honorable Tindi Mwale to move his motion. Honorable Millie, you will still have your balance of 8 minutes to speak on this particular motion. Honorable Tindi, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on the ruling of the Speaker, which he granted that we have time to debate about the mysterious disease outbreaks in schools in this great republic of ours, Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it's very sad for both the parents and the community at large to lose children or to lose loved ones because of a problem that could have been contained, a problem that could have been solved. And especially, Mr. Speaker, it's very sad when the government and the Minister of Health doesn't come out clear and address the issues that are affecting our children in schools. We saw recently there was a report by the Director General of Health who gave a statement and said that some of the schools affected, the students had suffered from typhoid and a disease called amoebiasis. Mr. Speaker, some of the victims, it's reported that when they went to some of the health facilities in Kisumu, and to be specific, there is a laboratory called Path Kenya Care. Mr. Speaker, it was found out that some of the students had suffered from cholera. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the country, the government, and Kenyans at large to treat this matter of mysterious diseases in schools with great urgency, great importance, because if you are not careful, Mr. Speaker, you might find this disease outside of schools. This disease might come into our environment, because the moment you close the schools, Mr. Speaker, you are letting these children to come outside to the community. Some of these students come from very far, Mr. Speaker, and you might find us as a country transporting disease all over the country. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out some few issues. Mr. Speaker, which the Minister of Health, in conjunction with the Minister of Education, and also the community at large and Kenya and government should put into consideration. Mr. Speaker, we have the issue of food, Mr. Speaker, which the students take in schools. It's very tricky and very hard to ascertain the food safety in our schools, Mr. Speaker. When I talk about food safety, I'm trying to mean, Mr. Speaker, the source of the food, how it is stored, transported to the school, and how it's kept, cooked, and served to the students. Mr. Speaker, many of the schools do not take into consideration measures of trying to ascertain that the food being brought to the schools is safe for consumption. And that's why we end up with contaminated food, and this contamination of food ends up in our children's stomachs and eventually causes health problems, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second issue is about the way the structures are built in our schools, Mr. Speaker. If we don't put into consideration the way we plan our schools or institutions, Mr. Speaker, you might find even the sewerage systems mixing with the lines of clean water, Mr. Speaker. And the moment that happens, we also find a problem which arises to diseases such as cholera and typhoid, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, health is devolved, and therefore the Ministry of Health, in conjunction with the county government, they are supposed to put up measures to make sure that health of the students in institutions is adhered to, where we have, even if it's possible, we have small clinics properly placed in schools or institutions so that the county government is able to monitor the progress of the health issues in schools, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so far we have 5 schools that have been reported to have been closed because of these problems, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to single out Mukumu Girls High School, where even a teacher had to lose life because of negligence, maybe from the school management, Ministry of Health, or the students themselves. Mr. Speaker, our schools are overpopulated. Unless we control and manage the population of students in schools, Mr. Speaker, the structures, the land size, and the facilities used by the students will automatically diminish or be very small to take care of the students, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I know this problem is facing so many of my colleagues, including my brother, who is the MP for Shinyalu, Honorable Freddy Kana, where Mukumu Girls High School is situated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even in Butere constituency, where I come from, my own school, Butere Boys High School, was the second one to be closed because of outbreak of cholera disease, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join in, debate this matter with great importance, and also, Mr. Speaker, outline issues and outline ways in which the government can and will protect our kids and students in schools, not excluding the teachers and the subordinates in our institutions, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want, as I finish, to condole with the family of the victims who lost, students who lost their lives. I want to encourage them, and also the family of the teacher who lost her life. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity that you have given me, and also the opportunity which you allowed this adjournment motion to be given time to be heard, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
You move the motion. Honorable members, this being an adjournment motion, under Standing Order 33, all other contributors to this motion will have only 5 minutes. The first one being the Honorable Ikana.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this motion that is seeking to address the crisis that we are currently facing in our schools. I wish from the onset to state the very fact that one of the most affected schools, which is Mukumu Girls, is from my constituency. It's very, very sad that we have had to lose very young souls that had a promising future. As we stand here, Mr. Speaker, in Shinyalu constituency and other regions of the country, we are mourning the loss of 3 students from Mukumu Girls. We are mourning the innocent life of Diana Mambiri. We are mourning the innocent life of Wendy Oyugi and Miriam Namachanja. We are also mourning the life of our teacher, Mrs. Juliana Mujema, who was the boarding mistress at Mukumu Girls. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues here in Parliament that we put our heads together and come up with lasting solutions that shall ensure that this crisis of disease outbreaks every now and then that has been bedeviling our schools is addressed once and for all. Of course, I understand that for those who have lost their loved ones, there's very little that can be done. But again, as a responsible government, it is my kind request and expectation that the government, through the relevant ministries, shall come up with at least a way of ameliorating the situation of those families that have lost their loved ones, and also those that are still nursing hundreds of children who are currently sick. One of the suggested ways that I want to propose to this House of ensuring that the lives of our little ones that we put in the care of the various schools is safe is by ensuring that we fix the whole issue of procurement. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of gaps when schools are allowed to freely and randomly procure goods and services that are consumed by our students. We need to assure that at least in every school, there are set standards for quality assurance of those goods, and especially food and water that is consumed by our students. You will also realize that if you make a random visit to some of our schools, you will find their sick bays, the so-called sick bays in schools, always full. It takes a little bit long for some of our teachers or headmistresses and headmasters to take action on when to take our A-League students to various hospitals for checks and proper medical care. We need to come up with a solution and compel the heads of these various institutions to ensure whenever students fall sick, they should not wait for too long before either contacting their parents or taking them for proper and comprehensive medical care. And generally to the Ministry of Education, I would want to say, as a representative of the good people of Shinyalu, where Mukumu Girls High School is domiciled, I'm very disappointed for the time that they took to react to the cries of the parents and to the cries of the various leaders to take action and save lives. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that after this debate, we shall come up with long-lasting solutions and once and for all address issues of disease outbreaks in schools. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Elsie Mwanda, the Member of Parliament for Kakamega County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to speak to this problem, which is a national crisis. And as a mother and a grandmother, coming from Kakamega County, where most of this problem has been seen, because, Mr. Speaker, 3 of the schools in my county have been affected, namely the Sacred Heart Mukumu Girls, St. Peter's Mumiasi Boys, thirdly, Butere High School. I'm greatly touched by this problem. And Mr. Speaker, the emerging issues, one of them is congestion. Mr. Speaker, when we brought about 100% enrollment in schools, you find that secondaries have over-enrolled, causing congestion. A school like Mukumu Girls, which should be hosting 1,000 students, is now hosting more than 2,000 students. So there is congestion in classrooms, congestion in dormitories, congestion in the use of all the facilities. And then secondly, Mr. Speaker, with this expansion, water management has not improved. You find that most schools use boreholes, and these boreholes, the water is not treated, Mr. Speaker. And you find that the water points are not enough for these students. And Mr. Speaker, you know water is life. Looking at the case of Mukumu, it has since been found that the water that they drink, Mr. Speaker, was mixed with the sewer. That is the report that I've just heard, and this is very sad. And so, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at the water systems.
Honorable Elsie Mwanda, is that a confirmed report, or it is something just said?
It is not a confirmed report.
Okay.
It is just passed on from the committee that has sat there, but nothing confirmed.
The procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another problem, Mr. Speaker, is the food supplies and preservation. Mr. Speaker, there is nobody there to test the moisture content of the maize, for example. You find that health officers do not visit these schools. They only visit these schools when we have a problem. And another emerging issue is the composition of boards. Mr. Speaker, there is no laid down regulation, or if there is, it is not followed. You find that the board members are not well constituted in many cases. You know, we need in the board, we need different experts in the board of schools. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, there is need for expansion of infrastructure in schools because of this congestion, and equally, there is need for schools to have a mandatory school nurse, for schools equally to be near maybe a health facility. Because if you look at the olden days, most schools were near some dispensary or some hospital. And also, Mr. Speaker, we need to improve our water systems. It should be mandatory that the water should be treated. And I just want to thank the Ministry of Health. This weekend, they visited Kakamega, and the minister said that they're going to bring some system that will be treating the water. We just thank them, but only that unfortunately it has come when
Honorable Gitonga Murugara, MP for Tharaka.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy you've actually reached me. This is the first time I'm debating while you're on the chair. I'm most grateful for that, absolutely. Mr. Speaker, This motion of adjournment is quite timely. And especially now, as the schools close, we know very well that some of them were forced to close because of such misfortunes as these unknown diseases that visited upon them. Also, as the schools close, it is important today we acknowledge that accidents are another issue that must be discussed at length. Schools, including school buses and matatus, where school children are being ferried, getting involved in accidents as a result of which we are losing lives. And it's unfortunate that I'm told just now that between Nakuru and Naivasha, there has been a traffic accident and the fatalities involve students. It's regrettable. It is totally discouraged. And as we speak, may we kindly appeal upon the traffic police officers in the country to be extra vigilant, especially when checking on vehicles that are transporting our children after schools close.
Is a new accident at the same spot or the previous one?
There is a previous one and a new one today. And this is absolutely unwelcome. Mr. Speaker, sir, we must really, as a country, relook at the issue of accidents, and especially involving school children, because these are young lives we are nipping in the bud. They got a whole expanse of life ahead of them, and as a result of an accident, this is brought to an end. It's totally unwelcome. So, Speaker, as regards what these diseases are, one of the schools in this particular motion is Mukune Boys High School in Tharaka-Nithi County. One of the best schools in our county. It performs very well, and it has a very large enrollment. It is extremely unfortunate that as we debate, the school closed prematurely because there were cases of suspected cholera in the school. The manner in which it was handled may be totally inappropriate, because if these were real cases of cholera, you cannot then send almost 1,000 or more than 1,000 students home, because you are visiting the disease on the homes itself. You are helping in the spreading instead of curbing it. So we should have devised a way of ensuring that those young students are properly quarantined and treated, checked, and they are safe to go home where they can mingle with the other citizens. But that is now a bygone, and we let it be and assume and pray that this was not cholera and it won't be visited upon those homes where the young ones went to. We need to develop a policy in this country on supply of water to schools, because maybe these diseases we are complaining about are waterborne. We've just come from a drought where water was one of the major issues on top of food, which we were discussing. So we are not very sure what the rains brought with them. Maybe this is the reason we are suffering. We must also look at food. We've said there must be a way of safeguarding food such that our children do consume food that is fit for human consumption. These are policies. As we develop that schools must have electricity, we must have policies on clean water for our schools and also clean food for our children. That way, we may actually be able to get away from such eventualities as we are now faced with. I do support the motion of adjournment.
Thank you, Chair, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. You know what your committee should be doing around those issues. The Honorable MP for Samburu West, the Honorable Naisula Nesuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this very important motion of adjournment, and to thank Honorable Tindi Mwale for bringing it this afternoon. I would also like to take this opportunity to pass my sincere condolences to the families that have lost their loved ones, in the said school and to wish those that are still unwell a speedy recovery. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us as a nation, and I've said this very many times, to really value lives. Whether it is one life, it is 2 lives, 3 or 4. For us as a nation to really value the loss of even one single life. And it is very unfortunate that most of the time, especially when such tragedies happen, there's a lot of pointing fingers, a lot of blame games, a lot of who did not do what, who should have done what, Mr. Speaker. But if everybody just did their part and on time, I'm sure we would have saved more lives, Mr. Speaker. That issue first broke out on 1st of March. It is unfortunate that 2 weeks later is when we are seeing senior government officials visiting the school and even finding out what is really happening in that area. I think it is important that when something happens in this country, it is given the seriousness that it deserves, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of issues that have been talked about, because I remember that it was reported in the social media that the principal of the school was actually accusing the media of just hyping the whole issue that was happening in the school, rather than taking up the matter as a serious matter where lives could actually have been lost. And it is very unfortunate for a parent to lose a child. When you send your child to school and you hope that you will see your child at the end of when the schools close, and you're told to come and pick your child, and there's been a lot of complaints for a very long time of parents saying that they have been called to schools to pick their children when they are critically ill. It is important that our schools inform the parents from the moment the child is taken ill, so that they can also make informed decisions on whether their children can actually seek further treatment, depending on the illness and how long that child has been sick, Mr. Speaker. The second issue is the whole issue to do with the overpopulation of our schools. It is unfortunate to see how overcrowded our schools are, Mr. Speaker. It is important that the amenities and the facilities that are put in our schools match the population that we have in our schools. And so from the time of admissions of our students, and also the availability of amenities like sick bays, the issues of water, clean food, all those issues should be looked at compared to the population in our schools, Mr. Speaker. The second thing that I would like to say, and I had mentioned on it, was the timeliness of always taking action when something happens in our schools. I wanted to mention also the issues of accidents, which Honorable Morogara has also talked about. Now that we are closing schools, we've just seen that we've lost 6 students, 4 others are injured this afternoon, and the issues of accidents has really gone up across the country. We've been losing up to 10, 15 people across the country. Those are really big numbers and huge numbers to lose in the country. I think it is important for the Department of Transport and those who are involved to look at what is really happening. We also have issues in our schools, Mr. Speaker, of children being beaten to a point where we have children having to go through very critical surgery in our schools. I think it is important that we know when we give our children to our schools that they take care of our children, and not parents being called to take their children when they are very sick and even being beaten to such lengths. Finally, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to realize as a country that we have to punish mistakes and reward good work. This issue of transferring people when they have not done something good and taken to another school, what are you telling us? Are you telling us that you have done disciplinary action to whoever was supposed to have taken action? We've seen that a lot. We saw that in Mama Lucy Hospital yesterday, the people being transferred from one place to another. I think it is very good to work in government because no action is ever taken, but the whole issue of transfers also has to be looked at.
Thank you, Honorable Esuda. The Honorable Joanna Ngeno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to ventilate into this matter, which is of great national importance. Mr. Speaker, I know even the pain the parents are going through, the parents of these particular young ones who are in school. And I would wish first, before saying anything to condole with them, those ones who've lost their loved ones, and also give them a word of encouragement that this House and those who are concerned, Mr. Speaker, should take very serious steps in ensuring that such a happening do not happen again in this country. Mr. Speaker, I think the reason, there could be so many other reasons why we have such a kind of diseases in our schools, Mr. Speaker, but I think the most important part of it is to have at least a health facility in every school. I remember even the schools we used to go, Mr. Speaker, used to have some serious dispensary in the school, a serious nurse, a serious doctor, so that if there was any particular disease in the school, it can be detected immediately. I remember the school I was in, Mr. Speaker, which is Maseno High School, used to have a very serious outbreak of malaria, and at some point, we lost even a student out of that, Mr. Speaker. But eventualities that happened after that, Mr. Speaker, was the introduction of a very serious dispensary in the school, a serious doctor, a serious nurse, who would actually take care of any disease that come up in the school, Mr. Speaker. It should not be, we should not, having deaths more than 2, more than 3, Mr. Speaker, in a school is a very dangerous phenomenon. I think one of the most contributors to this particular situation, Mr. Speaker, is either water, which is contaminated, food, which is not properly cooked. And sometimes I remember, Mr. Speaker, there was a time when we woke up in the morning to realize that the tea we were taking had some dead cockroaches and not even cockroaches, dead rats inside, Mr. Speaker. You can imagine that. You can imagine how these students are, what these students are going through. And we need to have a very serious health people who check on what food these students are eating. Just like what the government does, Mr. Speaker, where we have the public health inspecting food which are sold in the butcheries or sold in the hotels. Also, we should also have the same kind of personalities inspecting the food that are cooked in these particular schools, Mr. Speaker. You know, when you cook for a mass, large number of students, sometimes you just overlook some other things. You end up cooking rats and cockroaches and some other stuff, Mr. Speaker, which I don't even want to mention. I just want to say we must put a very serious measures to ensure that whatever these students are eating in schools are properly inspected, and even the cooks who are cooking inside there should be people who have undergone a rigorous training on matters of food and cooking, Mr. Speaker. The other issue also is water, Mr. Speaker. Most of the water that are piped into these schools, Mr. Speaker, just like what I've heard from one of the members, is that there could be even some connection between that water and the sewage, so the sewer lines, so that these students drink very extremely contaminated water. Mr. Speaker, I think we should take very serious measures against it. I also wish to talk about the accidents which have been happening along our roads, especially that are affecting our students. Speaker, that one we need to tell our drivers to be very, very careful. Mr. Speaker, also when I left school, we had a very beautiful bus, but 2 years later, we were told the bus got an accident and it completely crashed to zero. Fortunately enough, there were no students in that bus. We need to retrain our drivers, especially those who are carrying our students, to be extremely careful. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, let us pray for our children. There has been so many happenings around our children. Let us.
Dr. James Nyikala, MP for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely important issue we are discussing today. Cholera cases in 4 schools from different parts of the country. Typhoid in a school where 3 people have died. And in Butere, a known disease. but mostly diarrhea and vomiting. Mr. Speaker, why I say this is a national problem is not an incident that has occurred in one place. We are talking of a widespread breakdown of public health systems because all these diseases are waterborne. They have to do with sanitation, they have to do with food safety, they have to do with water supply. So it's across the board. So we are not talking for those schools. And Mr. Speaker, there are well laid down systems of inspection of public eating places. That is, schools are public eating places. Hotels and restaurants are public eating places. They should be regularly inspected. Should be regular inspection of places where food is sold, in markets, in butcheries. Mr. Speaker, we should ensure that water that is consumed publicly is safe. You may not know, but even Nairobi has a big problem with water. Nairobi is actually rationing water, which means we don't have enough water. And you have seen that people are actually buying water. When you buy water with these tanks, do you know the source of that water? So we are dealing with a very serious issues that we have here. Food handlers, whether they're in hotels, whether they're in schools, should be regularly examined and certified as disease-free. Mr. Speaker, are these things going on? And Mr. Speaker, worse still, when there's a disease outbreak in a community, in an institution, and we suspect or know that this is an infectious disease that can spread. Rule number one, you don't close the place and then send these people away to spread the disease across the country. Now, in the case where Honorable Ngara was talking about, the kids were sent away. In Mukumu, the kids were sent away. So it's not just, we have a problem, a national problem of public health. A mistake was made in one part of the country, a similar mistake is made in another part of the country. We are all not safe. So I think we must call upon the national government to collaborate with the county governments. I know there must be an issue there on who is in charge. Disease surveillance at the national level, I know that is where it belongs, to monitor across the country. Typhoid is a reportable disease. Cholera is a reportable disease. If one is reported somewhere, action should be taken. Where did it come from? Have this been done? So, Mr. Speaker, I think we have a national problem that we must address. There must be collaboration between the national government and the county government, research institutions, so that there is safety, food safety across the country, water safety across the country, safety in the market, safety in the restaurant. This, we have no option. So I thank Honorable Member for bringing this matter in. But I must call upon the Ministry of Health to support the county governments. They may not have this capacity, and I think there may be still an issue of who holds responsibility, county government or national government, when we are talking of public health in local places. It does not matter. The responsibility will still lie with the Ministry of Health. And the county governments must be willing and seek help at the first instance of an outbreak of a disease. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion of adjournment and call upon the government to actually come out, the national government and the county government, to ensure our safety and the safety of our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is the Chair Education Committee in the House?
Yes, yes.
As the Health Ministry reported to you what killed our girls in Kumu girls?
Yes, thank you.
Please make your contributions as you
thank you.
respond to
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this adjournment motion. Honorable Speaker, as you rightly directed, they have not actually reported to our committee, and we have actually asked the CS and the PS to really give us
a detailed report of what happened on the issue of Mukumu girls, Butere girls, and other schools across the country. But, Honorable Speaker, I rise because this is a very, very important motion for this House and for this country. It puts a wake-up call to two ministries, the Ministry of Public Health and Medical Services and the Ministry of Education. Honorable Speaker, this age and time when you have cholera in our institutions is quite disturbing. It's actually a case of negligence. And I think members of the public, members of parliament who are here will get to know that cholera is a case of that, it is a case of poor hygiene, it is a case of poor handling. And Honorable Member for Seme, Honorable Nyikal, our renowned doctor in the House, has rightly put it and argued that every ministry, every government department knows it very clearly that where we have eateries, and schools are actually abodes where we have a lot of eateries, there need to be regular inspections on the hygiene in the school. Who slept on the job and why this has actually cost the life of 3 or 4 girls, several students, is quite not good, Honorable Speaker. I just want to say this, that schools and institutions for the last 5 years has been receiving hundreds of thousands of students in what we call 100% transition. The 100% transition has stretched our institutions beyond limit. Honorable Speaker, if you go across the country today, you look that over the weekend I was in one of our top girls' schools in my county. And the principal and everybody was saying they have converted the libraries, the labs to be dormitories. Every other open space, so that actually the government can actually hold on to the 100% transition. It means that the issue that we have at Mukumu and the other institutions is actually a tip of the iceberg. We have a serious problem, and the government needs to wake up, needs to fund these schools, or we need to agree and say we cannot take more students in for the sake of their lives, for the sake of their health, and for the sake of the future generations, instead of cramming them in this what we call schools, to an extent that now most of these institutions are time bomb for our institutions, for our children. If you go to an institution where a dining hall is supposed to hold 500 boys or girls, the school now is hosting 1,600 students. Where will they eat? What kind of cooking facilities are they having? And I think it was in the public domain when you saw the kind of kitchen that was in that particular school. It was a kitchen built in the 60s, in the 70s, and actually this is something that we need to cover. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say this, that as a Committee of Education, we have actually, the ministry needs to come out very clearly to cap this issue. And the Ministry of Health, when we are told there was a known disease in Butere, it's quite not convincing with this day and age of research, science, and all these others. And two, we really need to come out and tell our officers in the field to take up the issue of inspection, checking the quality of teaching, of meals, quality of living conditions, and even the quality of our dormitories, and even the quality of our kitchens, and even where the students are, the toilets, the toiletries, and all these problems. These are actually a serious problem. We really need to take it up, and I want to say it is actually very, very...
I would have added you a minute or two if you had requested for as chair for education, but we thank you for your contribution because you've concluded. Where is the Honorable John Kaguchia, the MP from Mkurueni?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to appreciate that Once again, I get your attention this afternoon or this evening. The last time I had your attention, I also had your interrogation. I hope today I will not be interrogated by the chair. Honorable Chair, as I thank you, I want to focus on the issue.
Honorable Kagucha, the chair only intervenes when it is a matter of national importance. Like the question I was asking the chair education was a critical question to know whether he has information as the chair of the relevant committee what killed our students.
Honorable Chair, why I like you,
you have your liberty.
Why I like you, Honorable Chair, is because you're the most engaging chair we have in this assembly, and we appreciate. Honorable Chair, once again, I also want to rise on the issue of public health concern in our schools, an issue that has caught us by surprise. And I'm not sure whether it's so much surprise, because this has been a problem that has been building up, and it has always been a bomb in waiting. And when we find ourselves now in this situation, I think as a country we really have ourselves to blame. Honorable Speaker, the bacteria that has been found to be affecting our young people has been identified by the medics as Escherichia coli. Sometimes it's called E. coli. And of course, the other one that has been identified to be affecting our children by the medics is the Salmonella typhi. And these bacteria are bacteria that the doctors will tell you they are mainly infections which are based on hygiene. I had a discussion earlier on with the honorable member here about the typhoid and cholera outbreaks. These are diseases that are generally and are known to be third world diseases and infections. They are infections that are affecting our children because of hygienic conditions that they are living in schools. Honorable Speaker, as we are saying this, I want to call your attention to the many policies that we have had in this country that deal with the issue of public health in our schools. We have had the National Schools Health Policy that was developed in the Ministry of Public Health and Ministry of Education before. We have had a Kenya Comprehensive School Health Policy that has also been developed. Honorable Speaker, as recent as 2018, we had another school health policy that was also developed by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education. And all these policies that we have developed have generally not been implemented in our schools. And for that reason, we find ourselves in a situation where our students are suffering because of errors of commission and omission by our administrators and even by ourselves. Honorable Speaker, we might speak about deaths in schools as if it's something which is far-fetched or which is very far from us. Honorable Speaker, without giving much details, I know that we have also had members of parliament in this house in the recent times admitted in hospital with cholera infections. That is a fact. And that has happened recently. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about the students, but even in this house, we are affected. Why are we affected? Issues of sanitation. Sometimes we may blame the problems of congestion in our schools, infrastructure in our schools, but some of these issues are coming because of not following laid down procedures and codes of operations, especially when it comes to the issue of health. And that has been a big problem. Honorable Speaker, we have the school health inspectorates that is supposed to be conducted by the Ministry of Health. And this has also now been domiciled in our county government. Are they doing their work? Honorable Speaker, the answer is no. We no longer have these inspections. We no longer have the impromptu inspections in our schools, and this department is like it has died a natural death. And even when we have these inspections, what happens? The inspectors who go to the schools have their hands greased to look the other way, even when they find that issues of sanitation, issues of hygiene are not carefully taken care of. Honorable Speaker, it's high time as an assembly we took action. We ensured that there is implementation, enforcement of these rules, enforcement of our health and
You'll be given 30 seconds.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for graciously giving me 30 seconds. And I want to urge this National Assembly to, through the ministry of, or through our committee, the Health Committee and the Education Committee, to do a proper investigation of this case and a proper investigation of the policies that have already been developed in this country. Because we don't need to develop new policies because we already have policies. We have laws, we have the Act, Honorable Speaker. Let us have a report in this House, which is going to be done by the Committee of Education and Committee of Health, the Health Committee, giving proper report on what is being done and what should be done in our schools so that we can avert these deaths, Honorable Speaker. Our children are dying, not only from hygienic problems, from accidents, from mental health issues, a lot of suicides now happening in schools, and a lot of from corporal punishment in schools. Honorable Speaker, we can't watch our children die in schools as we sit in this honorable house without taking action. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Fatuma Jeo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. Is this better? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion of adjournment to discuss matter of national importance. And the matter in this case is outbreak of disease in our schools. First, Mr. Speaker, I would like to pass my condolences to the parents who lost their kids in school. Mr. Speaker, all of us are parents here. And for 1 minute, everyone here, I would like them to just imagine taking your kids to school when the term starts and just be called to come and collect their bodies. It's really sad. It's not something we can think of. And in that regard, I really want to take this opportunity to ask the CS Health, together with the Education CS, to actually tell us what happened in these schools. Today we are talking of 4 or 5 schools, Mr. Speaker. Within no time, we'll be talking of all the schools in this country. I am saying that, Mr. Speaker, because all of us schooled within the boundaries of Kenya, and we know all the issues that have been discussed here. People talked of uncooked food. Everyone knows how many times we ate those uncooked githeris in high school, Mr. Speaker.
Is that Honorable Millie Odhiambo? Oh, sorry, she's left the house.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, we talked of contaminated water, and I heard you asking the other member whether it was confirmed. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, with no iota of doubt, that the water the school-going kids take are contaminated. We all went through those. The food handlers, Mr. Speaker, we know the kind of shoes they wore. We know the kind of coats they wore, Mr. Speaker. And it's not once or twice that we ate tea and the food that was cooked with cockroaches, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we talked of sanitation. If we were just to sample a school near this parliament today, there's no doubt that we will find that. Poor sanitation. Mr. Speaker, all the schools in this country, when we go, there's a nurse, there's a health sector, we are told, and then there's a small, one nurse that sits somewhere, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell the CS Health to upgrade the nurse or the health centers they give to high schools. It's not enough. They only bring Panadols, and that is old. This death, if we had proper health centers in the secondary schools, I can assure you we could have avoided. Mr. Speaker, They say prevention is better than cure. There's no point of the CS visiting those schools and coming back at the end of the day. What have they done, Mr. Speaker? We want a report on what happened, what has been done. I don't know whether it will be right to tell them in the next 1 week, Mr. Speaker. We have lost over 5, and we cannot stand here to lose more kids. As a parent, it's devastating, and I support this motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma Geo. The Member of Parliament for Elgeyo Marakwet County, the Honorable Ngelichei Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. First, let me thank the Member of Parliament for bringing the motion of adjournment. Mr. Speaker, we are sad because when children suffer, it means that those with the responsibility of taking care of them have absconded their responsibility in one way or another. Mr. Speaker, lately we've had issues, so many issues, and even I appreciate and I thank God because they are closing school and they are just closing school. Mr. Speaker, I think there has been a negligence in schools, especially boarding school, and I think many schools nowadays, Mr. Speaker, are focusing on making money or having parents pay for other issues, the issues of the welfare of teachers and other non-teaching staff, and forgetting to take care of the children. Mr. Speaker, you find that in a school, if there is an outbreak of a disease or if there is something that is not known, it takes several days before it is reported to the parents who are actually the responsible people. What makes the school take this long? It's because many schools, Mr. Speaker, don't actually, they are not what they are. Many schools are just presenting a very nice face value. You might find even some of these schools, they don't have enough sanitation within the school compound. Some of these schools, there is one school, I cannot name it, but Mr. Speaker, you find that they are no longer using treated water. They are using water collected from the water tanks, or they are being transported, they fetch water from the rivers, simply because they no longer maybe pay the bills, or they are tired of doing the same thing. Mr. Speaker, this issue of schools, and I want to appreciate the chair of education because he's here. I think it is about time that we no longer look at schools or measure the schools by the capacity of beds available, but by the number of desks and classrooms available. You find, Mr. Speaker, that a school that is meant to accommodate 500 students is now accommodating 1,000, 1,500 shillings. Do you want to tell me that is the interest of that teacher? No, it is the interest of the pocket. How much are these students going to pay in terms of remedial? You find that we are being told by the ministry many a times, Mr. Speaker, that their parents should not be charged an extra fee. But I know many members of this house are parents in various schools.
Was out of order, Honorable Mbokomilem.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The matter we are dealing with is the matter of death of our children. And the Honorable Member is on his feet, indicating that the congestion in schools is courtesy of people lining up their pockets. Honorable Speaker, the 100% transition as spoken about by the chair of the Education Committee has completely pushed the schools and they're bursting. Is it in order for an honorable member to imagine that it's just the teachers who want more schools, more students in schools? Yet the 100% policy has moved Mukumu from 900 to 2,800. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ngelichei, were you talking about private schools or public schools?
I wish he gave me enough time to finish it, but you know, once a teacher, always a teacher. The honorable member was an activist for teachers, and he wouldn't want anyone to say anything about that. But what I'm trying to say, I'm not castigating teachers per se.
Honorable Omboko Milemba remains the chair of KUPPET.
I know.
Which is the union in charge of post-primary teachers. And you remember in the tragedy we are talking about, a teacher or how many also died. The question is, were you talking about private schools or public schools?
All of them.
And the point is making is that for public schools, the numbers are not about the teachers seeking them, but they are being taken there because of the implementation of that policy is talking about. So kindly clarify.
Thank you. Now you've wasted my time. I think you're going to help me add more time.
The
like
Speaker
2
will
minutes.
never waste your time. Make your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, what I was trying to say before the honorable member diverted our attention is some of these challenges are realized because of the overpopulation in schools. You find that there is overutilization or the resources.
Give her 30 seconds to conclude her contributions.
Yeah, where I was headed to is, at times you find that a school which was supposed to accommodate 500 students might be having one school nurse. But now that it has 1,500 students, they still operate with one nurse. Or you find that the number of, or the sanitation or the water in the school has not increased. The volume of water used in the school has not increased. So it has a relationship with the increased number of students in schools, whereby what I want to say is the Ministry of Education should also work hard to increase the infrastructure in these number of schools. And we shouldn't rush so much in making, increasing the number of beds before we increase other resources that are very important, like the sanitation, the food. We ensure that the food and the hygiene of the kitchen of these students is improved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Omboko Milemba, MP for MY.
Let me begin by apologizing. I had to make that point of order. Let me send my condolences to the families of the affected families and the school. The schools involved, Honorable Speaker, among others include Hasoko, include Mukumu, Butere. By the time I left Western, there was some problem also brewing around Chavakali. Honorable Speaker, when you look at these schools, they are in the same region. Honorable Speaker, all these schools are very old schools. They are old schools. They are not new schools. Also, all the schools affected, generally, when you look at them, are boarding schools. And that sends a signal of certain character of these schools, including the congestion that I just spoke about. Honorable Speaker, there must be a breakdown that has happened between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health. Because within the Ministry of Education, there is what we call school health policy. The school health policy, which was revised in 2018, has the mandate of making sure that there's water, hygiene, sanitation, and related diseases do not arise in our schools. Number two, this particular department has the task of making sure that there's collaboration between the line ministries and stakeholders to make sure that there's health and sanitation in our schools. Further, it is given the mandate of providing adequate capital both from the national and county governments to promote water supplies in the schools. Further, Honorable Speaker, it has the mandate of training personnel, which I had somebody speak about, personnel to oversee the implementation of all these things that it has to do. But this one, I must not forget it. It has further the task of creating awareness in schools on prudent management of water resources. This is where we have gone wrong. The Ministry of Education, and that breakdown between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health is what has led to this. And I heard one of the members speak on this, that up to now, we even don't know the disease that caused the death of students in Mukumu and all the other environs, and the schools included. Yet the Minister of Health is not even giving this country an update on a daily basis about what is going on, about the discovery of that reason for death, given that several students are still in schools, in hospitals. Yesterday, a number of them, one of them was still on oxygen. But the Minister of Health is just quiet. What about the Minister of Education? The Minister of Education, which has continuously pushed students to schools without expanding them, without expanding facilities, like the honorable member who spoke just before me said, that we have not increased the supply of water to Mukumu. We have not increased the supply of staff to Mukumu, but we have made sure that there are more students in these schools, and these schools are boarding. Telling you, Honorable Speaker, the boarding schools are being pushed to the threshold, and they are just starting to burst or have busted. And this is just an iceberg of what, a tip of the iceberg of what we shall see. It's high time that the chairman of Education Committee seated here, you call the Minister for Education and any other stakeholder, even if it's the Minister of Health, so that they may give a proper report. You don't intervene after the death of students by rushing to a school and sacking the board and the head. The head teacher who was sacked is a teacher of literature and English, and she can only use this to interpret what happened in the book that we also teach in literature about Enemy of the People, where there's a Dr. Stockman who realizes there's dirt in water but people cannot see. So that head who was sacked, there was no need of sacking him. There was no need of harassing the board, because the real problem lies with the Minister of Education and the Minister of Health. In fact, they should restate that principle and go for the real reason why we are losing our students. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the boarding schools menace must be addressed, because we shall continue having these challenges, and they arise from the boarding schools, which are congested, and we need to actually decongest those schools.
Thank you, Honorable Mboko Milengba. The Honorable Martin Owino, the MP from there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from the onset, I really want to say that I support this motion, and I thank Honorable Tindi Mwale for bringing this up. Mr. Speaker, as a public health specialist and a member of the Health Committee, I'm really saddened on what is going on. Because from independence, we had 3 things which we were to relieve our citizens from: disease, literacy, and poverty. But unfortunately, now we have even added 2, corruption and tribalism. So now we have 5. Mr. Speaker, I want to castigate the Department of Public Health. Our honorable member said here that we have so many policies and regulations, but nobody is implementing this to the latter so that we can save our children. Why we lost those children, and to bring a child up to that level and lose him or her is tragic. But why we have done that is the underlying factors, which are public health issues. Well, some have been mentioned here. Provision of the basics, water, shelter, and all this. Sanitation. Overcrowding, Mr. Speaker, in our schools is a public health offense. And we have CAP 242, which addresses this. The health officers and technicians should have taken action long time ago to close down the schools which are overcrowded. So saying that we had 100% transition as a cause does not arise. We have laws and policies to wake up the government, which is sleeping. The food preps and food handlers, routine checks, is a must, because that is where we have all these diseases, cholera, typhoid, E. coli, and salmonella is coming from. But if they are checked routinely and they have certificate to show every time, that can be a prevention. Initially, even after independence, Mr. Speaker, we did have the matrons and nurses in charge of school health. That also died. And there was a provision that each sub-location should have a dispensary, and at location level we should have a health center which is equipped to quickly isolate all these pathogens and be dealt with. That also subsided. I appeal to our county government health department, even as we close the schools now, Honorable Mboko Malemba, these kids being released to the community should be screened. Because if it doesn't, they will transfer all these pathogens to their families and fellow children. So this can fail as it has failed. But, Mr. Speaker, when things fail and disease comes in, then there is standard public health approach to do it. Number one, immediate response, which also brings in the Ministry of Roads to ease evacuation. All our schools must be connected with better roads if evacuation is reached. Number two, in medicine, there's a language which says, even if you are doing triaging, you have to stable a patient. You don't close the school and release them to transfer pathogens to other areas. You stable the patient. You go in, even if it means you have to put a field hospital, you have to do it. That did not happen. So county government should be responsible. The national government should be responsible for disease surveillance so that we can know the trend of diseases and warn the entities accordingly. Lastly, education does not, this disease does not affect only the medical part of it. There's also education outcome. How about those kids who are traumatized because the loss of the others? The PTSD. When they come, their score will be low. So we are dealing here with a crisis. My time is gone, but I think the Ministry of Health and the county government is called to action. And as a member of Committee of Health, I think with education, we need to have intersectoral kind of arrangement and address this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Martin Oino Peters. Honorable Beatrice Kemei, Member of Parliament for Kericho.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute and support the motion of adjournment to discuss this very important issue that is concerning education sector and more so our children in schools. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honorable member who actually came with this motion. To start with, Mr. Speaker, it is very sad. I want to join the members of this National Assembly. I also want to join other people and especially the teachers, parents, to mourn the students we lost, the teacher who was actually lost, whom we lost in line of duty. It is very sad, very, very unfortunate. Having been a teacher and in this sector for 20 years, I feel and I empathize with the teaching fraternity for the same. So may I convey my message of condolence to the bereaved families. Mr. Speaker, the cause of death of these dear students and the teacher, which when we come around, we are like, is it contaminated food? Is it the water? Is it actually something that is unknown? I want us to I want us to take this one seriously, that the Ministry of Education, together with the Ministry of Health, and especially public health, should actually come out very strong and let us have the report on the real cause. It has taken very long, 2 weeks down the line, and we're just waiting and wondering what the cause is. And it has been rightly put by the Chair Education and the other members. We are waiting for this report about the cause of these deaths. But however, from the reports, the primary reports, contaminated water, contaminated food, being the cause, should actually be prevented. Mr. Speaker, as it has been put very clearly, the infrastructural facilities in our schools are so much fixed. We appreciate the Ministry of Education, the 100% transition it has positive impact on our students, on our society. But the impact, the negative impact on our infrastructure is what is one of the causes of this, and contamination of food and even sanitation, Mr. Speaker. I'm very particular with sanitation, and more importantly, when it comes to girls. I'm just trying to comprehend even where they dispose their their used parts. So, Mr. Speaker, the ministries should still go back and look at the way this sanitation is used. We have what we call the quality assurance officers. I don't know how many times they go around the schools to check on the nature of the schools, to check on the state of the schools. This is a wake-up call. It is not only affecting those specific schools in Kakamega, but it is affecting all of us. So the ministry should come out very, very strong. And Mr. Speaker, I would also ask all of us parents that as the children come home, they have closed school, I still feel that we can do some deworming on them, be taken for checkup, and maybe screening so that the issues of the same can actually be sorted. Accidents is a problem that we've just had. I plead with the road users to be careful, and especially with our children. And I ask the school administration, especially the teachers, not to delay whenever there's an issue in school, and especially when it comes to the case.
Give her 15 seconds to end.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I was just putting across this point that the principals and the teachers should not also downplay the issues of health. Sometimes we imagine that students are faking the sickness because they want to be in the sick pay or they want to go home. So that is why sometimes the teachers take long to act. I ask them not to take chances because this is serious. It is a matter of life and death. And when it happens, it is the teachers, it is the parents who feel the pain. Thank you.
The Member of Parliament for the Dagoretti North. Chance passed. The Honorable Dr. Naomi Wako, Member of Parliament for Marsabit County and Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to make my contribution to this motion of adjournment, as I also appreciate Honorable Member who brought it to the House. Mr. Speaker, it is a very unfortunate state that we are in and we are discussing. And before I go far, I want to condone with the parents and the families affected, because I know some students lost their lives, and we've also lost a teacher in this whole thing. I also know very well that there are students who are hospitalized and the parents are struggling with them. And so we wish them quick recovery, as we also condone with the parents who lost their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that in today's world, at this particular time, as a country, we are experiencing this in our boarding schools, which clearly says something on the quality of the services or of what happens in those schools. Some years ago, we overcrowded our public schools, and the private schools were able to grow, and anybody who was able to pay privately for their children was able to take their child or their children to private schools where they could get quality education. And unfortunately, our public schools remained crowded and with poor facility, teachers not even motivated, and the standard of performance and everything came down. And today,
we know very well in all our public high schools, and especially the boarding schools, the quality of services they receive, the infrastructure, and what the students go through is sometimes what you do not want even to imagine of. So we know very well that the students are suffering and they have nothing much to do. The parents, of course, with the competition and the few spaces that are there, you have to just take your child to available space. And so it is unfortunate that we are talking about this today, and I urge the Ministry of Education to give this proper attention as it deserves and see how best we can improve. The students are going home. For the next 2 weeks, the schools will be closed. And while they're at home, it is high time for the management and the ministry to see how best the facilities can be improved. And when we were growing up, the public health used to do the inspection of all the schools. It is high time for that to be done. You know, these days people practice corruption everywhere, and sometimes they can even do fake reports without visiting the schools. And so it is high time now for the people concerned to do the inspections and to give the necessary reports so that any improvement that needs to be done can be done. Again, the cooks and those people who are serving our students in boarding schools should go also for medical checkups so that they can be in good health to serve our children. We also know very well that there are those service providers, the people who provide or supply food, and the quality of food supplied should also be tested and some standards be put in place so that we are sure of what our children eat. Mr. Speaker, we also know through accidents we are losing our students. A lot of care has to be taken. Many things that need to be put in place in terms of the vehicles that they use, the drivers that are employed, all that has to be put in place. I know my time is moving, and
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. First, I want to thank the mover, our colleague, Tade Mwale, for bringing this motion. And at the same time, I want to send my sincere condolences to all the parents and the schools and the classmates of all the children who are passed on. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I just want to ask a question, but I don't need an answer, is who is to blame? Mr. Speaker, we have spoken about the relationship between the Minister of Education and the Minister of Health. But I think there is also another problem that we are having, and that's where the teachers are falling victim of these failures. There is a problem of school management because there's a tug of war between the ministry and the TSC. Mr. Speaker, you know, a long time, you used to have school inspectors, which was a team from the Minister of Health and also from the Minister of Education. This inspectorate unit died off, and nobody seemed to have taken care of. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about negligence, there is a war between the teachers, the principal, or the entity teacher, and the Minister of Education. The Minister of Education is in charge of management of the school. Whenever they point out there is a problem in the schools, what normally happens is the TSC comes with the defense of the teacher and vice versa. And that's where the problem starts, Mr. Speaker. I want to say this. We have spoken about sanitation, but it's very unfortunate to note that a lot of washrooms for our schools are still the pit latrines in this era. So what do you expect? Percolation of water from the toilet to the mainstream supply of water, either on the streams or where the pipes are broken. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. We need a lot of fumigation for our schools. We saw a lot of fumigation taking place during the COVID times, and it died off. And that's where we started now losing some fight against some diseases. Mr. Speaker, we need a continuous medical examination for our children, the teachers, and the support staff. This is very important if we are to arrest the situation as it is right now. Mr. Speaker, we need more money put into our education institutions. I will say this without fear of contradiction, that for the last 10 years, the government has spent a lot of time developing road infrastructure, other infrastructures, but spared very limited resources in terms of the infrastructure for our schools. And at this point, I would like to say this. It's the high time that some schools are divided into different sub-schools within the same institution, such that we don't strain only one person managing, trained and managing 200 or 500 students. But now you have increased the number to 1,500. It is very unfair to target that principal or that teacher. We need to look at the capacity of this person in a crowded environment. What are we doing? What are we saying? We are letting the school management down as a government, and we must come up with a policy to see every principal or any teacher must manage up to this number of pupils or students. Mr. Speaker, I think it is also not good to continue bashing our teachers. I propose that we have mobile clinics for every sub-county to take care of our medical requirement for our peoples. I also say this, we allow registration of more schools. I think it is very important. We have been preventing from building more schools, and it is now becoming a problem. Mr. Speaker, you realize that we have no even sporting facilities. We are having children crowding classrooms. They have no ventilation. These people have no space to go and play and enjoy themselves and build up their bodies. So we are dealing with a not very healthy population of pupils and students. It means, therefore, we need to really look at also sporting requirement, because if some of these guys are healthy doing sport, they might not be able to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I want to thank our colleague, Honorable Tindi Mule, for moving this motion. Mr. Speaker, a visit to most of our institutions will reveal that the number of sanitation facilities available for our students in the schools are highly outmatched by the numbers. Virtually in every institution, the sanitation facilities are inadequate. In terms of standards, quality standards in our schools, the public health officers rarely visit our schools. Yet the Ministry of Education has a quality assurance department with officers. But this department at the Ministry of Education only collects money when they visit the principals of the schools. And therefore, they keep grossing over, glaring inefficiencies and inadequacies in our institutions. I think, Mr. Speaker, that this crisis, unfortunate as it is, should serve as a wake-up call, that it is time that we had a task force that goes around our schools and inspects the facilities that are available in terms of both boarding, sanitation, classroom sizes versus the numbers of students. There is a scrabble by school administrators to attract as many number of students to the institutions without looking at the available infrastructure in competition for capitation from the Ministry of Education. Most of our dining halls, Mr. Speaker, in our schools have a characteristic smell that informs us of the suboptimal hygienic conditions in our institutions. There is a crave to even convert existing schools into boarding schools. Most of the schools are in the new business of providing food in schools. Yet, we have no standards, we have no coherent policy on food purchase, food storage, food preparation, even the standard for the kitchens where the food are prepared, all the food handlers and food preparation. When you look at the cleaning area, where the utensils that our students are using in our schools, you find it is completely unhygienic and a fertile ground for disease manifestation. When we go to the health clinics or the school clinics and do a mere inspection of the drug catalog, you will find that there is a very high turnover of use of medication that is associated with stomach upsets, diarrhea, hyperacidity, and food poisoning. So the red flag has been with us for some time. This is a wake-up call. This unfortunate crisis must serve as a wake-up call for all of us to wake up and act. And I therefore, when I thank our colleague for this motion, I urge this House that we must go beyond the talk and the passage of the motions. Mr. Speaker, in my few months in this House, we had a motion on the policy of feeding in our schools. Yet, we did pass the motion, nothing has happened. Now this crisis is with us. This House must become more forceful in terms of the registration. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the kind of guidance that you keep giving us, the young legislators, in terms of how to get the businesses of this.
The Member of Parliament for Samburu East, the Honorable Jackson de Kumuntare.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. I want to, first of all, to condole with the families of the student we have lost and even the teacher. Mr. Speaker, I think many issues have been raised, and I want to say, Mr. Speaker, our schools have serious issues. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot ignore the issue of infrastructure in our schools. And I think almost all schools have a very big number of students due to what many members have said, 100% transition. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, one time, Minister for Education said, telling the principals, I want you to admit all of them, put in the tent, and tell me they are in the tent. So, Mr. Speaker, this issue has been there. And I think, Mr. Speaker, our principals and teachers are really trying. I sympathize with the principal who was chased away by the minister and even the board. Mr. Speaker, I watched that principal in one of the functions, I think the burial of one of the students. And the principal was saying, if it could have been possible for me to give my life to my daughters, I could have given. But Mr. Speaker, that is not the right target to be targeted. I think the Ministry of Education should wake up. If they are really serious about this 100% transition, then they have to provide support even the members of parliament who are funding the schools. Otherwise, in some of the constituencies, the schools are even few, such that there are nowhere the student can go. So we just have to have those students there if really we need to support them. And it is not the issue of even the school fees. Mr. Speaker, in some other areas, the parents are not even able to pay the school fees. So the issue of the school fees is not there. I think this issue of congestion and the facilities, sanitation and all that, it is the big issue we need to address. And I think the Ministry of Education has a huge budget. They have to come in and support these schools. If at all we have to help the student. And Mr. Speaker, it is very embarrassing to see we are losing young lives just like that, and the minister wake up and go and chase the board and the principal without solving the problem. I support this motion. We have to work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mary Masi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this adjournment motion as a matter of national concern. Mr. Speaker, you know, when we bid our children farewell with a hug and love in the morning, it's our hope that school is a safe space. When you send your child to boarding school, it is our hope and belief and trust that that is the safest place for our children. Mr. Speaker, what has happened in Mukumu is sad and very painful. And I think it's a wake-up call to the Ministry of Health, to the Ministry of Education, and to us leaders. And probably it is just a symptom or a warning of something more bigger, brewing and waiting to explode. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with members who have alluded to the fact of overcrowding in schools. There is serious over-enrollment, and that automatically compromises quality of many things, health, sanitation included, that has deteriorated in a number of these schools. And Mr. Speaker, I want to differ with the argument that overcrowding in these schools has been caused because of the 100% transition or because of the need for more schools. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is an ending appetite in some of the schools in this country to continue to over-enroll, even in circumstances where there is inadequate capacity to accommodate these students. You will find in some dormitories 3-decker beds. And you know, when disaster strikes, Mr. Speaker, the damage is bigger, it's immense, it's more painful. Most of those schools over-enroll so as to attract capitation because of more numbers, so they'll attract more capitation from the ministry. And some of these schools is because, I want to call it a fallacy, that the school is doing better in terms of performance, even when we know that some of these schools are practicing exam cheating. So you'll find more parents preferring to take children to these particular schools, yet I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, even in my own constituency, I have some very good schools with very good facilities. If you go to that school, you wonder what is wrong. The population is not even a quarter of full capacity of that school. Because students, because of the perception that school A is doing better, most parents have all taken children to school A. So that school A is overcrowded. And I think this is a matter the Ministry of Education must take seriously. Carry out an audit, do a report, see how to rationalize. How do we improve performance in other schools so that we spread and there is no overcrowding in certain particular schools? And Mr. Speaker, that takes me to the question of standards. This country is not in short supply of standard legislation or policy. The problem is in enrollment. In the case of Mukumu, I want to say someone slept on the job.
Do they care where the water comes from? What's the source of the water? Do they care whether if it is borehole water, is this water tested? Do they care where the food is coming from? Do they care whether the chef is trained or not trained? So basically we are saying something has to be done about enforcement so that we have standards enforced and maintained. If you
10 seconds. 10 seconds. We have so many members waiting to contribute. Members contributing or having the chance, I would request to use even less than the time you are given.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, this takes me to the issue of the hospitals. How well equipped are our hospitals? How prepared are our hospitals to deal with issues of calamities, issues of emergencies like what happened in Mukumu? Because if these matters were, if the issues were addressed fast enough, we would have saved the lives of these children in Mukumu. So again, the Minister of Health should ensure that in every sub-county or near schools, we have one hospital that is well equipped with the nurses, with the medicine, with laboratory, so that in the future we are able to prevent or to address these issues with the urgency that it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the...
Thank you. Members, if you can, please use less than 3 minutes. The Honorable Dorothy Kiara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this very important intervention. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this important motion this evening, as much as it is a time of crisis, Mr. Speaker. And before I do that, allow me to join the families of the departed souls. I condole with the family of the girls and students who have lost their lives. I too join the family of the teacher who lost her life in line of duty. Mr. Speaker, it becomes quite an interesting debate when we are debating a crisis because it has happened, Mr. Speaker. And it perturbs me the more when I see the Minister for Education appearing in Mukumu Girls in person, where else it is his responsibility to tour all these schools and have the knowledge and know how schools are run. Mr. Speaker, just like we normally do, we are very good in being reactive when issues happen instead of being proactive. I'm saying this because members in this House have raised issues on over-enrollment of schools, congestion in schools, overpopulation in schools, and I want to state very clearly in this House, Mr. Speaker, it is not in the mandate of any head teacher or any principal to overcrowd a school. The school enrollment is done at the Ministry of Education. They are the people who keep the statistics. It is the ministry that knows school A has so many students. It is the same Ministry of Education that is in charge of infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And when a crisis happens like now, one wonders then who is to blame. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is unfortunate that we are talking when we still have students who are in hospital and maybe struggling and fighting for their life. It's very unfortunate. But I want to be told, what is the Minister for Education doing other than saying, I have sacked a principal? What is the Minister of Education doing now that schools will close in 2 weeks' time? What measures is he putting in place to ensure that all schools are safe come January? Mr. Speaker, we even have programs through the Ministry of Health where all people can be immunized against certain diseases. For example, cholera, Mr. Speaker. There is a job for cholera. I should imagine the CS education as at now should be looking for the Ministry of Health so that all students are immunized against cholera before schools open, because I'm sure we can't be able to do infrastructure in the coming 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, I want to support.
Member of Parliament for Taita Taveta, the Honorable Lydia Mzigi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for also giving me an opportunity to add my voice in this very important adjournment motion. And Honorable Chair, I also want to appreciate Honorable Tindi for bringing such a motion. And I want to begin by also sending my condolences to the family and friends of the departed souls. Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate that as a country we are in such a sad state of affair, a very sad state of affair. That, Mr. Speaker, you can send your child to school to learn and they come back in coffins. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very scary. It is worrying. And the parents of in Kenya are worried about such kind of a situation. A lot has been said, Mr. Speaker. We have heard of food poisoning. We have also heard of water. We have heard of a lot has been said regarding this case, sanitation and stuff like that. But Mr. Speaker, we have policies. We have policies on matters sanitation. We have policies on matters hygiene in our school. And the biggest problem that we have is implementation. If we can, all the policies can be implemented. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, such kind of situations can be avoided in our schools. Today, we are speaking of 2, 3, 4 schools. But this situation can escalate, Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, if we are not making the necessary follow-ups to what is supposed to be done to our schools. Mr. Speaker, we used to have frequent inspections when we were in school. We used to see different inspections taking place in our schools. What happened to those inspections? Where did they disappear to? There are people who are sleeping on the job, Mr. Speaker, and they need to wake up from that slumber land. We cannot, as a country, continue to lose our students in school because of people who are not doing their job. So, Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate that Honorable Tindi has brought this motion of adjournment so that we can discuss such kind of a situation, so that, Mr. Speaker, as the school closes, we want to see action. We want to see our schools being cleaned, being inspected. We want to see the Ministry of Health. We want to see the Ministry of Education moving with speed to making sure that our schools are safe for our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to add my voice on this.
Honorable John Waluke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance also to contribute on this. First, I want to thank Honorable Tindi Mwale for bringing up this matter, this motion. I rise to support it, Mr. Speaker, that officers, health officers, Mr. Speaker, are sleeping on their job, because as we speak, even today, Mr. Speaker, they have not told the nation, the country, about the problem that really affected those schools, Mr. Speaker. Before I continue, Mr. Speaker, I want to pass my condolence to the families that were affected. Sorry for that, losing their loved ones, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this country sometimes people earn money for not working. The Minister for Health, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, she needs to consolidate or to mobilize all doctors in this country, Mr. Speaker, to visit the 7 schools, Mr. Speaker, that has been mentioned adversely about this disease, although they have not mentioned exactly the disease itself. Mr. Speaker, that is to show weakness about maybe our officers, health officers or public health officers, Mr. Speaker, who are concerned. Mr. Speaker, when something like this happens, the country takes so long to tell or to announce to its citizens to know a problem like this one. Rather than closing up the school, Mr. Speaker, means we are taking diseases all over the country, because these students come from all over the counties, all over the countries, the country, Mr. Speaker. They need to treat them. They need to check and take blood tests to know what kind of disease. If it was food aflatoxin, Mr. Speaker, sometimes in schools, you can get, I always visit my schools, Mr. Speaker, even in the kitchens. The cooks are very dirty, some of them. They are not clean. And that is how these kind of problems we are getting to our students, Mr. Speaker. For those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, let me support this motion and thank Honorable Tindi Mwale for bringing up this support. Thank you.
For West Mugirango, the Honorable Stephen Mugaka.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I thank Honorable Tindi Mwale for moving this very important adjournment motion. And I join my colleagues in paying tribute to the departed young souls and educators at Mukumu and the rest of Mulembe Nation. Mr. Speaker, this is a very emotive moment. When a parent takes a child to school, that is their investment, that is their future. And a disaster of this magnitude striking at a public school, I think is a wake-up call for all of us citizens, particularly those of us in leadership, because education is the core business of a parliamentarian. And therefore, instead of the blame game, and I do thank the Minister or the CS for Education for flying there, and I distance myself from those colleagues of mine who are vilifying the CS of Education who is not a medic. Our children did not die of an overdose of education, but because of the substances they took with their mouths, and therefore it is a health issue rather than an education issue. And therefore, we really must be worried as a nation if 2 weeks later we do not have a diagnosis or a pathological report showing us the cause of death of our angels at Mukumu. And who knows, because it started with one school, it's spreading to others, and it can end up being a national disaster. Thank God the schools are just closing, but that is not a panacea. As a nation, we should be able to use flying doctors and send the best medics in town to go and establish the root cause of that problem and be able to proactively manage it before it finishes a whole generation. And on behalf of the people of West Mugirango, I want to condole with the parents who have lost their children. I want to condole with the teachers. My father was one, because we have lost one of them in the course of this problem. And truly, this is not a moment to blame one another, but a moment to sit, reflect, find solutions, and save our children. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante, Bwana Speaker.
Mimi nitasema kwa uchache sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nitoe pole zangu kwa familia zilizopoteza wanafunzi wale na mwalimu ambaye pia tulimpoteza. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi kama mzazi nataka tu niseme kwamba serikali ina jukumu kubwa la kuchunga watoto wetu wakiwa shule. Haitakuwa vyema Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati wa mitihani tunaona mawaziri wanakimbia kila mahali, wanaenda wakifuatilia mitihani isiibiwe ama isifanyike vibaya. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, swala hili la afya lazima serikali ilivalie njuga na iangalie kwamba mawaziri ambao wanahusika, waziri wa afya na waziri wa elimu, watembee shule zetu zote, wakaangazie vipi wanafunzi wetu wanaishi katika mabweni na katika shule zetu, kuangalia vipi wako na facilities za kutosha ili janga kama hili lisitokee tena. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikimaliza, tumepoteza watoto wetu kwa ajali za barabarani, tumepoteza watu wetu wengi kwa ajali, kwa mambo tofauti. Tunakataa shetani huyu wa kupoteza watoto wakiwa mashuleni. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali lazima itupatie baada ya mswada huu itupatie ripoti kamili. Je, shule zetu ziko vipi? Na kushukuru Mheshimiwa Spika.
I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me, on behalf of the great people of Rangwe, to empathize and condole with the families who've lost their beloved ones by way of our children and our teacher. It takes so much to train only one teacher. The country puts on so much to train a teacher. Teachers make us who we are. When we lose them by the food they eat, it is really very painful. I ought to have contributed to this matter, Honorable Speaker, as a food scientist, because this is entirely food science, and it entails concepts of food safety management systems. There are already established food safety management systems that could have been used and adopted by the ministry, such that before any feeding program or before any school is allowed to offer food in school, they should show that they are going to manage the safety of the food that they give the children. We have basic food management system, and the cheapest and the oldest is good manufacturing practice, otherwise called good hygienic practice. Just putting basic hygiene to the processing and management of food. Raws are put separately, the cooked ones are put separately, and we have safe food. We look at the hygiene of the food workers in the school systems. I believe this can be adopted. We have what we call HACCP system of food safety management. HACCP system is hazard analysis and critical control point concept, Honorable Speaker. This is a mid-modern food safety management system that was brought in the early 60s. We could adopt this, Honorable Speaker, and save our children from dying. Honorable Speaker, we have the ISO 2018. We had 2015 version, but right now we are practicing the 2018 version. If these basic food management systems are adopted, Honorable Speaker, then we could have our children put to safety, especially with the foods that we eat. Who is to blame? Members have already mentioned who is to blame. Management system, blah, 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 blah. But I want to say, Honorable Speaker, the persons to be blamed over the death of our children in the schools are these members of parliament, especially from the 290 constituencies. They are endowed with money. They could build good infrastructure for use by our head teachers in managing the safety of our foods. I want to say, members, why don't we build dining halls? Why don't we build modern kitchens for use by our schools? Time is not on my side, Honorable Speaker, but I want to say I pass my condolences to these families. Long live Kenya, long live our schools, long live our school principals. And I pray, oh God, that you may condole, help with the families who are bereaved. I thank you, my Speaker and grandson of the great Rangwe constituency. Thank you, Honorable Kalum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to also take you and support this motion by Tindi Mwale. Honorable Speaker, without wasting any time, I want to first pass my condolences
to anybody who has lost his life, the young angels and the teachers. Honorable Speaker, it is during Kibaki's time that we had the biggest education epiphany in this country, and that is the day secondary schools and also the free primary education. Honorable Speaker, since then, this country has gambled and done less in our education system to an extent where today everything looks confused. Honorable Speaker, I want to really appeal to the 13th Parliament to actually try to bring in line our education sector. And I know, Honorable Speaker, many people are saying that this Parliament cannot achieve much. I've heard people say today that they cannot trust this Parliament. But, Honorable Speaker, I and many members are willing to go that extra mile to be able to correct what has been done wrong, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say that whatever is happening right now is because we have failed in the policy implementation of what comes out of our education system from this House and from elsewhere, Honorable Speaker. I want to call upon the Ministry of Education and, Honorable Speaker, for the issue of feeding, it should be obvious that food should be safe. And I want to call upon people to invest in technology to ensure that they test the food before kids are given any food to eat in schools. There are many gadgets out there that are very cheap and can be invested so that we can invest on them so that they can be used.
Honorable Beatrice Elachi for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also stand to give my condolences to the girls and the teacher of Mukumu Girls, and just to take home that indeed it is our responsibility, Mr. Speaker, as an institution. We are the ones who have been building the schools. It is time to look at all the schools, whether they still have the asbestos roofing, we need to remove those roofings. They are poisonous. Whether a school has taken, these are all schools that were best schools, Mr. Speaker, we need to have new roofings. We need to see where they get their water. We need to look at the food of aflatoxin and ensure all the signs that are there, Mr. Speaker, of these girls, you find that either it was food or water. But more importantly, going forward, it is that it is time also the Ministry of Health to give the findings to the parents, because this thing that the children are just at hospital, failing organs and everything is going to bring us another issue, Mr. Speaker. It is fair enough before the parents bury the bereaved ones, they should know what has just taken their children. So I want to plead with the Ministry of Health, do not keep the parents wondering with anxiety. They already lost their best ones. They've already lost what they have invested for many years, and now they are here. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House will go to every school. Go and see the last time they washed their tanks. Go and see what is happening in the kitchen. They might be staying with the rats, with all the menders, and we are just here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Beatrice Elachi. Honorable Bisao Kakai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. On behalf of the Kiminini people, we'd like to send our condolences to the Mukumu girls for those losses. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, lots of challenges, infrastructural deficits, and we continue to see this even in my own backyard. And one of the reasons is because of the minimal budgets that have been put from the Ministry of Education. Today, what most institutions are trying to do is quick fixes. You find makeshift kitchens, dormitories, dining halls. There are even those who are not having sufficient places, like especially now it's raining, you'll find that there are kids even who don't have a place to feed. Again, we see also that the purposeful planning is not possible because of the limited budgets that we have. And looking at what is happening, this is just the beginning, and this trend will continue because the population increases, our infrastructure is very, very poor, there's improper designs, buildings and compound layout is not completely acceptable. So again, lack of basic amenities, an example, lavatories, water continues to haunt these schools. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would wish that through this House, we ensure that we've got like standardized designs, whereby we ensure also that there is a maximum number of kids that have to be there. Because today we continue to see principals even admitting more kids than the facilities that are available. But it's because of the pressure based on the population in those areas. Secondly, scheduled inspections of all institutions, which should even be included in calendars, so that at least even on a quarterly basis, we find that there are inspections going on. And most important also, Mr. Speaker, sir, to ensure that in every institution or in every sub-county, there is a medic who...
Order, honorable members. I hope we will pick up from the points raised in the motion to have Parliament resolve very constructively in terms of this tragedy that befell our students and another teacher, I believe, right here. I also joined the House on behalf of the Speaker in condoling the families that lost beloved ones, both in respect of our teachers who should be training our students and our students. Honorable members, the time being 7:05 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 19th day of April 2023 at 9:30 a.m.